So, I was gonna start, you know, just a couple minutes ago. So let me bring the guitars on here. But when I was opening the case for this guitar, the latch is, you lift up the bottom part, and then there's like there's the bottom part of the latch, and then there's the metal thing that like hooks over it, and you have to pull it down. I missed one. And so when I went to open up the case, my hands like slipped up. Now, I saw Guitar Shredder hosted a few minutes ago. Nick, you know what that means. For those who don't know what that means, that equals broken nail. Now, fortunately, because I have glue on my nails, a first line of defense, the glue chipped and stuff. So the nail is basically intact, but it's like kind of messed up in this part. So, not really sure what to do. This happened after the stream started. So, maybe, piano stuff and things where I use a pick with the guitar. So maybe like singing today or something. Or I can just sit here like this, being embarrassed. You notice I'm like sweating now. Well, what I might actually do is, some of these are peeling. I'm gonna have to go today and later tonight, probably, to give it as much time as possible to dry before playing again. Put some glue on this. Here's, okay, we can do this for now. Okay, we'll do a couple different things. Jeez, I was not expecting this. Okay. Let me do this. I told everyone at like the end of last stream to follow the YouTube channel, because I was gonna put out a video today. I was going to, and it's actually published. Well, it's been uploaded. It's not actually public, because I still have to do a few other things, but it does exist. It does exist. I can prove it to you, because I know I can prove it. So, so it exists, but I had to make some changes. Yeah, Claire is the one who did this. Don't worry, I gave her full credit in the description. But what I'm gonna have to do, first of all, I want to look at the end because there were some changes I had to make to some stuff from what I had originally had to leave some room. I want to see what the okay, apparently the cards didn't show up. Maybe it has to wait. I don't know. So it took a while. I actually talked to Claire today about a few things with the video. Whoops. What you can do? And there's still a few more things I just wasn't quite sure of in terms of title and keywords and description and cards and stuff at the end, like ending sort of screen stuff. And then also I thought it'd be a good idea to set up something on Instagram and Twitter, some clip from it to as a way to like help promote it. And then I'll do this with each video that comes out. But essentially this should be take a little longer than, hopefully take longer than it would in the future by just setting up how this stuff is gonna go. But once I know what to do and have everything planned, I can sort of fit everything into that plan. But yep. So quick, can you bro, how's your voice leading? I mean, I guess part of this is maybe kind of up to you guys. There's a few things we could do. I could, we could do just actual songs. Thanks, Auntie Senna. I have a bunch of things set up. It was always just like logistics, you could say. All the details of uploading things. That's what I've tried to sort of stress a bunch of people when it's like, just do this, just like do this platform. It's like, but it's not that simple. It's just not that simple. You know, if it was just literally like pressing a button, I would do that. But a fourth fall to third? I mean, if that's the type of suspension that's set up, then of course. But you can fair, enjoy the lurk. You ain't late, yeah, sure. I mean, one of the things I was thinking about the other day is like we could watch. Speaking of voice leading, I thought there's some really interesting videos. I've been watching. They're super nerdy. They're super music nerdy. I'm not sure how much people. I'm honestly not sure how you would all. How you all would like react to it. I mean, maybe I could, could maybe watch part of it. Maybe we could do this. Okay. So first of all right, here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna watch someone else's videos, but we're gonna like break them down. Here's what we're gonna do, and I'll even show you here. Okay, earlymusicsources.com. First of all, shout out to earlymusicsources.com. I swear I'm subscribed on a different account, but I have 4 YouTube accounts. Trust me, there's a reason. But all right. Let's look at the videos here. So this is early music stuff. Early music is what we refer to as it's Western classical music, like stuff from. It's not like a particular time period and before, but it's like older music, but almost more so than like a specific time period. It's the idea of sort of thinking from a particular time period. So a lot of this stuff tends to focus on medieval and Renaissance music. Now there's some things that are like really specific, like this, the Falso Bordone in Allegri's Miserere, which we've heard this on stream before, and what this is talking about a wrong note. So this is an 18-minute video about essentially a wrong note in a piece of music, but it's the best wrong note ever. This is kind of interesting. The idea of basso continuo and the idea of figured bass. Because sometimes we look at this stuff, you know, Brian, I've been watching these videos and thinking of some of the stuff we've been talking about. And some of the things that come up that are like, I just don't understand this. Why is it this way? Some of these things can give you a very good idea of why things that seem outdated now, why they are the way they were, and they made a whole lot of sense when they were created. You have never not. Okay, thanks, Bleeker. So there's psalmization. If you're curious about solfege. So let's do this. Okay, how about this? So I think that could be good. There's just Gregorian chant in general. This one might actually be good. Historical pitch, but that modes, cadences. These actually, I've seen so many of these. That might be something that would see. I've seen these because I kind of have an idea of what they're actually going to be covering. I'm opening tabs with some of these, and let's do this. Okay, we'll start with Gregorian chant. Just Gregorian chant. Well, Tangy, I actually kind of have done some Gregorian chant stuff. Not Gregorian chant. You could say more plain chant or plain song. So plain chant is what Gregorian chant is, a subcategory of plain chant. Improvising polyphony. So let's do this. Okay.
Hello and welcome to earlymusicsources.com.
My name is Ella Motam. Does he have a Mongolian throat singing video? He does not. Although I've done some of that on stream too.
My name is Ella Motem, and today we'll talk about Gregorian chant.
I like how he says Gregorian, not Gregorian. One thing to note that I've come to like, it makes me smile all the time. Before he cuts away from most parts, it doesn't happen there, but from where he cuts away, maybe someone can like help me understand this a little further or why it feels so weird. But like, he leaves the camera on him for slightly too long. It's like a millisecond too long. Because that's just what I do. It's so good though. It's so good though. Let me do this, so that for one, this may seem weird, but so that you can understand the intro.
Hello and welcome to Early Music.
It always starts with this same thing, but I just think this is a really cool thing to sort of small detail. It starts with the same intro music, but sometimes, when applicable, he changes the intro song to fit what the video's about.
In 17th centuries.
So that's the intro music. Like I mean, kind of. Hey, maybe he got the idea. He certainly likes Futurama, as we may see here. But yeah, so here's...
Talk about Gregorian chant. Commonly, Gregorian chant, or more correctly, plain chant, is considered to be a small chapter in the beginning of the history of Western music. The first step before real music came into being.
It doesn't matter, though, Bleecker.
That chapter, however, never really ended. Plain chant is a repertory that has continued to exist throughout the centuries, into the present day. In this episode, we'll present some highlights from the story of the Gregorian chant, from the 9th century to the 20th century. Let's start. Singing has been part of the Christian liturgy since the earliest days of the Church. We just don't know much about it.
I like his
because
backgrounds
there was
and
no way to
animations,
preserve the music. We only know that its repertoire was not unified. Each place had its own musical tradition.
Yeah, and Kawa, that one wasn't even bad. Just wait, some of them are so good. They're so good.
We know this because at a later stage, around the 8th century, there was an attempt to unify the chants throughout the Christian world, so that all the churches would follow a single canon and would sing the same
Hungen,
repertoire.
I don't know.
This was done by means of the presentation of the famous myth. The Holy Spirit in the form of a dove sang the chants to Pope Gregory, who then wrote them down or dictated them to someone. By the way, this is why literally only a rather specific portion of the monophonic church chants should be actually called Gregorian. Anything else should be called more generically plain chant. But wait, what exactly did Pope Gregory or his clerk write down or notate? They lived in the 6th century, while the first forms of musical notation were introduced only some centuries later. So even if one sets aside the supernatural aspect of the myth, it has a timeline problem due to the not yet invented way of transmitting music. How can one transmit music without a way of notating it? The only way is by personal guidance and a very good memory, both on the part of the teachers and of the students. However, if you want to transmit a huge repertoire to hundreds of institutions scattered over a vast geographical area, this is simply not good enough. Let's see how they dealt with this problem in the 10th century, establishing one of the earliest forms of musical notation. In this important manuscript from the St. Gallen Monastery in Switzerland, we see that in addition to the text, there are signs called neumes. These neumes carry musical meaning. First of all, they indicate the number.
Okay, so I think this is really interesting. I was watching this and it brought to mind something later, actually. How do I get this? 1 second. Whatever. It kind of reminded me of when you go to like ultimateguitartabs.com and you see words and the only thing you see above it are like some letters. Maybe it just says the letter A and you know it to be A major. Why? Because you're a musician of the day. and you kind of know what the song is supposed to be like. And so all you need is the letter A above the word, and it tells you what to do.
Number of notes that should be sung to each text syllable. Then, the neumes convey musical gestures, going up, going down, going up and then going.
Like you can imagine perhaps someone 500 years of the future looking back and going like, well, how are these people like, what a weird way to notate stuff. How are they supposed to know? All it says is the letter A. How are they supposed to know? And then their teacher or someone goes like, oh, but the people of the day knew to do this. They knew what that meant. They knew what the performance practice was of the time.
Musical gestures, going up, going up and then going down, etc. Some signs are clarified in the manuscript itself, but the full explanation of the neumes is understood only retrospectively by using later sources that include more accurate notation systems. Here we see the Christmas introit Puer natus est nobis, and it is evident that this notation lacks precise information about the pitches and the exact relations between them. Without this information, a person who does not know the music cannot learn it from this notation alone. Therefore, it has been concluded that this notation was meant for people who already knew the melodies, and the notation was there mainly as a reminder to them. Also, it is quite clear that this manuscript was not used for performance. It was used as a studying and memorizing tool.
From a modern perspective,
so far, so
this might seem like a
right?
not so good annotation system, as it doesn't really allow the communication of notes as we are used to today. However, coming from a world where everything was based on memory, this is an ingenious tool to memorize and teach the chants. And in fact, it includes refined musical instructions that will be missed in later sources. For example, in the much debated field of rhythm. In any case, more precise notation systems were sought after. Let's see.
Okay, so that's kind of what I mean by like, the cut just happens a little too late.
It's not that there were no ways.
Sometimes, because what you can see sometimes is like, because again, this is of course the most important thing, is like it's too long for him to perfectly hold still. So you get like, we'll see. And is that like moves? All right, okay. Okay, back to the important stuff. All right. Oops.
Ways whatsoever to communicate music more accurately. Starting in the 9th century, we find theoretical writings that include interesting ways to do so. But these ways of notation were not used in the chant books that were used for the liturgy. The system of neumes we saw in the St. Gallen manuscripts was improved slightly in some cases, such as in this.
Have you seen a P that ornate before? Look at this thing.
Manuscript. Here again we have Puer natus est nobis. The vertical relationship in the position of the different neumes suggests the musical relation between them, which note is higher and which is lower. But since there is no reference point, we still don't know what notes they are exactly.
But this is almost starting to this is already kind of starting to look like the musical notation we have. I mean, that's basically, for those who are absolutely don't read music at all whatsoever, it is essentially just things higher, lower. Vocal instructions for rock band, I mean, kind of.
The person who solved this problem for everybody is the famous Guido d'Arezzo.
Okay, Guido's little, something wrong with his hand. Right.
Indications to where F and C are. F and C are important because they indicate where the semitone lies. The reader now knows that the steps are generally whole tones, except when they are below F and C, where the steps are semitones. Now we can...
So to give you an idea of, if someone's not sure what any of that means, what he's talking about here is that this is C, okay? C. Below C, there isn't one of these black notes, but it's still a half step below, or a semitone. They're literally the same thing, just two different ways of saying it. a half step, or a semitone. The opposite is a whole step or a whole tone. So C and below is a half step, and then F and below that is E, which is a half step down. So what they're doing is marking this and these marks are like anything below that is a half step. And so you know if you're here, doesn't matter what it is, bum, bum, above it, bum, bum. And you know that's going to be the case. So it's just between these two notes and these two notes that something sort of is going to change. And so, okay, let's put a line there to make that clear.
Actually know which pitches have been notated, and people who never knew the music can now use the manuscript and learn it without external guidance. In other words, it is now possible to sight read music. Now that it's more feasible, let's try to read the beginning of this version of Puer Natus Est.
All right, I'm going to say this once. Bleecker, stop.
Puer natus est nobis. Sometime later, in the 13th century, in a manuscript contemporary to the famous Notre Dame school, where we find the early forms of polyphony, we see something quite different. Here again we have Puer natus est nobis. As you see, this
P may be crazier than the last one. There's a painting inside it.
scribes don't notate the neumes as thin dots and lines anymore,
Salut,
but with more substantial
Capitan.
squares, with the multinote neumes looking more like ligatures. Versions of this notation will continue to be used for
the
centuries
silly
to
square
come,
notes. Well, we're actually going to see what they really are.
and will be even readopted in the late 19th century. But more about that later.
Until polyphony was introduced, the main thing to fall under the term music were just melodies, monophony. These were rather free rhythmically, or at least not rigidly bound to any system. But once different melodies were meant to be performed in synchronization, that is, polyphony, precise rhythm became increasingly important. It was at this point that both the theory and practice of mensural notation were starting to develop. As a consequence, from that time
Comme
on,
toujours.
there were two kinds of music. The rather rhythmically free cantus planus, or plain chant, and the more rigid cantus mensurabilis, polyphony, that was based on counterpoint and mensural theories. Despite
That's going back to Jason's joke from earlier. Jason, I saw that. Menstrual notation, is that what you said?
their distinction in style, function, and notation, the two have been living side by side in peace since then until today.
Aw.
Anyway, let's now leave the Middle Ages, skip many interesting things that we
Can't
cannot cover on
shuffle.
this occasion, and see what happened to plain chant in the 16th century.
It is well known that the Council of Trent and the Counter-Reformation had a great impact
Oh, I
on
thought,
music.
dude, I thought you did that on purpose as a joke. Menstrual notation, because when you say menstrual notation, it's like
in the
it's so
second half of the 16th century. The main complaint of the council was that the sung texts were not clear enough. And this did not only concern complex polyphonic music, it was in regards to monophonic chants. Therefore, the council demanded the reformation of chant.
And if it's not clear, so something funny is whether it's polyphony, homophony, monophony, are the ways we describe musical texture. Texture is things like the relationships of the notes to each other. So when they talk about chant, that is monophonic. You get something like if you have things moving together, so it doesn't matter if they're octaves, if it's the same note, it's it doesn't matter. it might as well just be one note. The second you have something that's a different pitch but moving at the same time, that's homophonic. So it could even just be. You could have entire chords and move it sort of out of this style. Still based on, because why not? Based on. And then you have polyphony where things are independent. What was the thing we... Oh, like that, yeah.
In such a way that the text would be more comprehensible. This, for example, could be done by cutting out long melismas, making sure that the text underlay supported the accents of the words, singing not too slow, and in other ways. The task to purge, correct, and reform Gregorian chant was given by Pope Gregory XIII. How symbolic, Gregory! To no other than the famous Giovanni Pierluigi da Palestrina,
Palestrina is one of
the
my
most
favorite
respected
composers
musicians
ever.
of the time. In the end, though, Palestrina didn't do it. One of his students did, and from 1582 on, new Reformed Catholic chant books were published. These books continued to be reprinted until the middle of the 18th century. Very interestingly, these chant books included note values. It wasn't
Alright,
as strict
here you
as
go.
in the mensural notation, but it allowed for a better notation of the accents of the words. For example, here, where
So you can see there's now more lines, but not the 5 lines that we use.
it says domine, the first accented syllable gets the longest value, and the second and least important syllable gets the shortest value.
Domine labia mea aperies.
Another important revolution that happened to plain chant started in France in the middle of the 17th
Hey,
century.
there you
The Neo-Gallican movement separated itself from the Pope in several ways, one of which was in their plain chant. The
you go,
Neo-Gallican
guys.
chants include a rather surprising repertoire.
Oh.
Some chants were newly composed in Old Gregorian style, a very interesting case of historical period composition. Other chants were composed in a more modern way, using a more refined method of notation, which included tremolo, vibrato, portamento, ornaments,
Portamento.
and detailed tempo instructions. In addition, there was a practice of improvising additional voices based on the chants, chant sur le livre, that included accompanying the chants with bass instruments such as the serpent, if you just happen to be wondering what this instrument was used for anyway. The Neo-Gallican chant was used until the middle of the 19th century, and although it is a rather big, self-contained corpus of music with its own historical and liturgical context, it was dismissed and ridiculed by many in the late 19th century.
Sorry, I'm
And
covering up
thus,
some of the graphics.
it has been practically forgotten.
Now, if you want to have a real revolution in Gregorian chant, you should have a monk or two who are also musicologists. This was exactly the case in the French Abbey of Solesmes in the middle of the 19th century. Let's see.
The Benedictine monks of Solesmes
I don't
believed
think
that the
Fuchs
contemporary
appears
and
in like
accepted
any of the
editions
videos
of
I've
the
seen.
Gregorian chants, that is, those of the 19th century, represent a corrupted version of the originals. They believed that Pope Gregory the Great, with the help of the dove of course, wrote the original chants, and it was their duty to research and reconstruct the originals the best they could. So, instead of relying on 16th and 17th century sources like other contemporary editions, they went to earlier sources and recovered old manuscripts from all over Europe. Thanks to the new technology of photography, and in order to make a point, starting in 1889, they published numerous volumes of facsimile editions of old chant manuscripts. Their persistence paid off, and in November 1903, Pope Pius X approved their approach towards the chants, that were, in his words, so happily restored to their integrity and purity. The Pope then commissioned them to print a new and complete version of the reconstructed chants. It was at this point that the debates concerning the interpretation of the sources came to a climax, especially in the field of the rhythm of the chants, but also otherwise. For how can one distill one correct version from such a huge amount of source material that represents different traditions, spanning hundreds of years and vast geographical areas?
Yeah, this is a huge thing when it comes to trying to understand and figure out the right way to do something. It's like, it's probably not a bad idea to try to do, but like if you want to find the right thing, think about how much variation there is, and this is between like really connected, like the really connected world we're in now. The variation of music and musical practices, even within like small groups of connected people. I don't know how you could possibly figure out the correct way to play something.
Not to mention that as a...
It seems, we've talked about this before, that it's like, it's such a tempting goal to achieve, but I think it's so tempting that you don't realize that it's probably not even like possible. Frankie, thank you for the 7-month resub. What's up? Welcome. We're talking about Gregorian chant.
Opposed to purely theoretical debates that have little concern with practice, here we are talking about the way people would actually sing the prayers for years to come, at least until the next revolution. Thus, by being so very connected with practice, the editions of Solesmes made great musicological compromises. They developed a hybrid notation system based on 13th and 14th century manuscripts.
There's no way, to play the same piece. It takes, the times can vary by minutes. Yeah, there's just no, like... There's two things. One, it's like the difficulty in trying to know, even if you wanted to pick how maybe it was done by one person or one group or from one place or something like that. That'd be difficult. But then there's the idea of, even if you could talk to all the people and there were recordings, this is more of what I mean, like, there's still not a right way to do it. Like, not just because of a lack of information. Like, you can have all the information you want in a perfect... You can have videos. It's like, what are you trying to look for? This thing is, I think, a little sort of dangerous. You know, being a little hyperbolic, but a little dangerous in music. Or I guess it would be in any art form. The only one I really have any specific knowledge on is music, of like, I'm going to try to find the right way to play this music. It's like, I think you've already lost it by the time you decide to go on that journey. If the journey is like for actual like performance of the music and not for, you could say, educational purposes, something like that, it's like, I think you may have already lost your way. You've gone on the wrong track, if I do say so myself. KV, I don't know what you're talking about.
Communicated only the things that they thought to be important, and according to the way they believed the chants should be performed. In fact, the way we know Gregorian chant in the 20th century both in its notation and performance practice, is in most cases the way Solem left it for us.
Yeah, this is what it looks like if you've seen something, if you went to school for music or something and saw that stuff, it looks like this. Knew we were still playing their songs and we have current tech and modern music. They think we were crazy. I don't know. I mean, I would hope. You thought I was reading that they were doing in there. I would hope music of a particular time isn't lost. Like, if I would think that if there's the music was worth something in that time, it should still be worth something later. Because you could be like, when does music stop being worth something? How long does it have to be since it was created when it stops, well, being good or being worth something? And I don't see why it should ever stop.
Now you see that it's practically impossible to say anything about Gregorian chant as a whole. Every generation and every place had its own Gregorian chant, its own notation standards, its own performance practices, and so on. However, since this is such a big subject and there are so many little interesting things, before finishing up, we'll mention 9 random yet interesting points about Gregorian chant.
Dude, these cunts.
1. Gender. Gregorian chant is often associated with singing of male monks, but in monasteries of nuns, chants were performed in the same manner, only an octave higher, of course. 2. Modes. The 8 church modes were mentioned and connected with the plain chants from the very beginning. The chants were categorized according to the modes, which were used as a tool to remember,
we gotta look at the
define, and
modes.
combine chants. The theory of the original church modes...
Sister Act. Dude, some of the things he uses are so funny. Like, they're so out of place with, like, yes, very formal, very sort of sophisticated and nerdy and stuff like that. And then it's just...
didn't change much for hundreds of years,
Oh my god.
despite the parallel development of new mode theories along the centuries.
This one is Dexter's Lab, more Futurama stuff.
3. Additional
Jesus.
repertoire. In most traditions, the original Gregorian chants were considered perfect, and changes or revisions were not allowed. In order to express new ideas, new forms of chant were developed, such as tropes, sequences, and liturgical dramas. 4. Liturgical dramas. An
Yeah,
especially interesting
I
chant
agree,
genre
Kawa.
from the Middle Ages, where liturgical and paraliturgical texts were set to music, and different characters were sung by different performers. Medieval opera, if you want. In our days, the most famous and repeatedly performed piece...
How about this? Redbeard? If there are any terms you don't understand, just ask. Just ask. That's why you weren't here before we started the video. I was like questioning if it would be modes. Okay, so I won't answer this one because the next video, this is all on modes. So you're gonna find out. Modes are essentially like the scales that are okay. Right as I said, I'm not gonna explain it. Modes are like the scales that are used. And everything is based off of that for... They're kind of like the keys. How we have keys playing in C major or something. Not necessarily a range, but just you'll see. But that's the general thing. But if anyone has any questions, or so, I didn't even not hesitate like at all.
is the early 13th century
to ask
Ludus
us.
Danielis, the play of Daniel. 5. Instruments. Although occasionally prohibited throughout the history of chant, there are cases where instrumental accompaniments took place, especially on the organ, but not only. 6. Alternatim. Often, instead of having all the bits of the chant sung, the music was divided between vocal performance and instrumental performance. The instrumental parts were compositions based on the chant. Famous and beautiful examples for that are found in Frescobaldi's Fiori Musicali.
Frescobaldi, when I play that aria and variations, that's by Frescobaldi. Modes exist before scales. In this sense, they did. Like in this Western classical music sense, they did. Independent, because scale itself is kind of it's weird because we can look at other areas of the world, and they're all gonna have a series of notes that their stuff is built on, and it's like what you want to call them. They're not going to use the word mode or scales because that's like it's an English word. For example, like a raga. Is a raga closer to a mode or a scale? I'd probably say a mode. But that's not something that can... So a raga is, in like Hindustani classical music, the set of notes that are being used in the piece of music. The modes... So here's the thing. We learn the modes as being built... being built out of like our C major scale and stuff, but that's actually backwards. I've talked about this a bunch on stream. Again, it's how we learn it. We learn it kind of like this. This is how it like tends to be taught, or at least first introduced. You go like, okay, if this is a C major scale, then D Dorian is just playing the white notes, the white keys. It's playing that scale, but starting on D. And it's like, that gives you the pitches that make up this mode, but that's not what the mode is at all. And we're gonna see in the next video how that's not, like, we're gonna see in the next video why that is.
7. Basis for composition. Throughout the centuries, plain chant melodies were used as a basis for polyphonic compositions. Here are some random and famous examples. Josquin de Prez' Missa Pangelingua.
Josquin is also like one of the greatest musical geniuses just ever. I think it's a little unfortunate that him and essentially people before Bach, are like, people, they just tend to, like, before the Baroque era, like, tend to not be famous. It's like kind of before 1685, where you have Bach, Handel, Vivaldi. I mean, you'll kind of get some people a little bit before that. Like maybe Purcell or Monteverdi. But really, before, like, Josquin should be known by anyone who knows, like, Mozart's name. Maybe not Mozart, because everybody knows Mozart's name. If someone knows, if you know the name Brahms, like, you should know Josquin. You should know... This guy should be known. Ricardo Beato. God damn it.
Claudio Monteverdi's Vespers.
Okay, Monteverdi. Josquin was someone who was on the level of, like, writing things so complex and so next level that the people he was writing music for, like his patrons and stuff, like, they're essentially, like, who's commissioning him to do stuff had to have him dumb down his music because it was just too advanced.
Johann Sebastian Bach's Credo from the B minor Mass. and Hector Berlioz's Symphonie Fantastique. 8. Basis for improvisation. We briefly mentioned the Neo-Gallican practice of singing the chant and improvising further voices above it on the spot, chant sur le livre. However, evidence for such practices, cantare super librum in Latin, is found throughout Europe between the 15th and 17th centuries. It was a simple way to add a bit of harmony to the chants without composing anything. The
Yeah, I don't know if we could necessarily just go based on like Greek names being used. Because I mean, we could use we could make something now and use Greek names, but I know what you mean. Also, what are these faces? Why are they so upset? Oh, why are these three so upset? Her, and her. Oh, why are they so upset? Why is she judging me? Why is she so... What the hell did I do? Oh my god, dude, I am getting the stink eye. There's some serious stink eye going here.
Italian term associated with this practice is contrappunto alla mente.
Jesus.
That is, counterpoint.
What is she doing? I see you. I see you behind them. I see you seeing...
Out of one's head. 9.
Dude,
Interpretation.
hold on a
Point
second.
Out of one's head. Contrappunto alla mente. That is, counterpoint out of one's head.
Dude, I'm counterpointed out of my mind, dude. Dude, can we... Oh my god. Dude, counterpoint out of my... Oh my god.
9.
Bruh,
Interpretation.
Dude, counterpoint out of my mind.
Apart from late practices recorded in the early 20th century, we know extremely little about the way in which chants were sung. Not only are the basic elements of performance unknown to us, from ornamentation and tempo to vocal timbre and phrasing, but even the pronunciation and rhythm are still obscure to us.
This episode was perhaps long, but not as long as the unbroken line of the Gregorian chant,
Oh, I see
from
what
the
you did
Middle
there.
Ages and until today. Many thanks to Kelly Landerkin for sharing her vast
Shout
knowledge
outs to
with
Kelly
us.
Lenderkin.
Don't forget to check the special page on our website with all the footnotes and other extra information. Feel free to comment, share, and like, and see you next time at earlymusicsources.com.
And then... Here's an example of you recognizing a mode. If I do this... Something like that. I think those are close enough that people just said Halo. The fact that those notes were used, and if we like harmonize it like this. Last week of each semester, having a busy, rough, emotional week. Take care. Well, okay. Thank you for the resub. Thank you for being here. Hopefully, going through this video and stuff, or just hanging out in the stream, was able to at least help a little bit. If we were to do something in E minor, it would sound, we'd use this note. it almost doesn't, like, it doesn't even make sense because the way it's written is it's written like with the mode in mind. It wouldn't. I mean, I guess you could, instead of. You wouldn't use this chord. What it essentially does is like, so E minor, and if we think about it, using our harmonic minor scale, harmonic because it's where we get our harmony from, it gives us, and we build chords, how we build chords, which is skipping over every note, so we play every other note. Whoops. It gives you these chords. If your mode is now E Dorian. Oops. Starting on C, sure. So Ionian. It's the same notes as C major. Another one that'll sound, we can categorize it this way, based on whether there's a major third or a minor third. And here's what you're gonna see. Here's why it's like not so. Here's why they're like kind of different than scales, because the modes tend to have some sort of special extra character intrinsic within, you could say, like the choice of notes. So we can think about it like this. We'll do the ones that have a major third. So there's an E natural if we start on C. C Ionian. Okay. C Lydian is when we raise the fourth scale degree. Now here's a good way of looking at this stuff. We're gonna see already. To raise the fourth scale degree, 1, 2, 3, 4. These are the scale degrees, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and it starts over 1. So we go 1, 2, 3, 4. This is raised, so it moves up a half step. That's C Lydian, and there tends to be like a certain character to it, a certain outwardness to it. The other one that uses this major third is C Mixolydian, and that has the 7th scale degree as being lowered by a half step. This is lowered by a half step, so now it's B flat. If we look at the circle of fifths here, you'll notice that F sharp is the sharp that's added when we look at the key that's near C major. So C Ionian, the first one, had no sharps or flats. Lydian had 1 sharp, and Mixolydian had 1 flat, B flat. So for those who don't read this notation, you'll just have to take my word for it. This is a sharp sign. This is saying F sharp, B flat. A lot of video game music, yeah, they tend to use a lot of these modes, and even the couple things I played here tended to sound like some video game music just by messing around. Now we look at the ones that have a minor third. So we can kind of jump over here, actually. This would be C natural minor. This is the same as C Aeolian. The third scale degree is flat. The sixth scale degree is flat. The seventh scale degree is flat. Everything is modal. No, not if it's not, well, I don't know how to put it, but not if it's, you know, not using one of these modes. If we play something, the second I do this, that was just, see, like, because what mode would that be? And now I'm using a chord that's outside of, this isn't even within this key. And you certainly wouldn't do that in something modal like this, and this is technically a 7 of 5. Because remember, these modes are going to give us, it's what things are going to be centered around if we're not using chords. But if we are using chords, it's how we're going to build up these, where the chords are going to come from. Although even that is actually not the correct way to think about it in terms of how these things were sort of came to be, as we're going to see in this next video. But hello, Fennec. Okay, then we go to the next one. So it was C minor, D diminished, E flat, F minor, G minor, and not G major. Right, this is what we get in C minor. Something like that, but I guess if this was C Aeolian. Scott, yes, so I broke a nail. I started this stream, went to grab my guitar and broke a nail. So we had to call an audible. And so what I decided to do is look at some theory and history stuff. So we started with some Gregorian chanting, and we're using videos from a YouTube channel called Early Music Sources, and I highly recommend it if you're interested in this stuff. Amir, what is the stream about? I wish I could even tell you. All things music. All things music. So my main focus is classical guitar, but like you just heard, I broke a nail, so I have to sort of change the way things go. But like we could do classical guitar, piano, improvisation stuff, sometimes singing pop songs. Theory stuff like this. There's just all sorts of things, and then we can go off onto totally nothing, absolutely like something that's not music related at all. It just depends. Occasional me, exactly, yeah. Conspiracy theories, fake martial arts. Last stream, we spent a bunch of time analyzing larger communities on Twitch and looking at some like different streams. Why is it most video game music is modal? I'm not sure. And these things aren't so... How can you find the C's? I'm not sure I understand. I also don't know how to fret. Like fret? I'm not sure I understand how be it. Like frets? Like how do you know? You just have to know like where the C's are. This one. Don't let it broke. That's not how that works. Bone lights and out. No. So I'll tell you what we don't do. Song requests. You can get that essentially anywhere else on Twitch. Or you can just go on YouTube and find a much better version of that song from like a million different people. But what you can't get anywhere else is what's provided here. So we are talking about, someone asked about these modes, and we're going to approach it from two different directions. One is working backwards from where we are now, and then the video will look at it in terms of how it sort of came to be. But, okay, so we talked about the major modes, and now minor. I mean, you could do that, Kawa, but I guess even then I wouldn't play anything right now. And so we can think about these minor modes in the same way, in the sense that we move on the circle of fifths from wherever we start. We move clockwise and use that key signature to get one mode, and we move counterclockwise and use that key signature to get another mode. Bleaker, please stop. You're very new to the stream. You're not in any position to tell someone to not be stupid, especially after the stuff you were saying earlier. All right. Andre put up a new vid. I did not see, actually. I didn't see. Okay, so what is this? You know, what I was just saying, what does this mean? All right, so we have three flats. C, this is C natural minor, but in terms of modes, it's C Aeolian. If we move clockwise, we lose a flat. If we move clockwise in the circle of fifths. I guess it wasn't clever enough for the silliness to be understood, especially because you haven't been around for a while. If I'm just being totally honest. Why do most composers die after their 9th symphony? I don't know if they do, but we tend to hear about them. And also 9 symphonies, I guess, is a lot to write. Haydn wrote over 100 symphonies. He didn't die. So in terms of the flats added and stuff, there's A flat is the one we lose if we move clockwise, and this gives us C Dorian. So if we think about this in terms of a minor scale, it's a minor scale with the 6th scale degree raised. Yeah, the Dark World theme, so... Now there was an A flat used here, because the modes in this end, you don't always have to use them. They're not used the same by everybody. Meaning people from different time periods and different locations and different contexts are going to use them in a different way, as again we'll see. But what you got here was because those were the notes, instead of our 4 chord being F minor, F, A flat, C, well, A flat isn't in this mode, it's A natural. So that's what you could say the 4 chord becomes. So I visualize it in a lot of different ways. It depends on the context. I know that's not the probably the answer you were looking for, but it's certainly closer to what you're seeing on this keyboard. Because think about the idea of like raising something and the relationships of these pitches. The relationships of like the actual pitches, the frequencies, and the positions on the keyboard. They're all the relationship between them is all the same, whereas that's not necessarily the case on a guitar. Because, like, yes, this is C minor out of tune. And that's C major by making this note go up. But this also could have been, I could have done this. So from this to that, or from this to, and it's like, what the heck? Why is this a half step off from this? I mean, I know why, but it's like physically. Whereas on the piano, it can only be this. Or actually, I should say this. I should do it like this. To keep the voicing the same. So it just makes more sense on a keyboard. In that sense, it's like it's closer to the abstract thing that is music. Folgers has not reached out yet, unfortunately. So one day maybe. So if we move counterclockwise, the other one for our minor modes is if we add a new flat. So for those who know, we go B flat, E flat, A flat, D flat. Okay, so now instead of D natural, we have D flat. What does that give us? And these modes aren't, they're not necessarily, again, they're not necessarily this strict depending on the context, because what I'll play right now to show you kind of what I mean. So I'll switch between E natural and E flat depending on the context, depending on the chord. And so we get... And yeah, so Vol said give us Spain, and that's like exactly what's going on here. Or Rhapsody in Blue, right? So the Mummy, so one of the things I played was this. Hombre. This is where, you know, if there's a reason, E sharp is not the same as F natural, and that B sharp is not the same as C natural. And everybody's ears knows this, whether they're aware of it or not. Because when I play this, you hear this not as a minor third. You hear this as two notes next to each other. You hear this as D flat and E natural. You don't hear it as C sharp and E natural. Because there's another note. If this was C sharp and E natural, where's the D? There has to be another note in there. So just by doing this, this should no longer sound like anything Spanish, anything Oriental, anything Middle Eastern, anything like that. And what's nice about this thing here is you can, a few different things, but one of them is, this is like proof of some of these things. Also, no hello. What I mean is like, you don't even have to trust that I'm telling you the truth. You can see that I'm going to be playing the same notes. Watch what happens when I do this. You now hear this as two notes next to each other in a scale. And this is now two notes that are, it's not a minor third, it's not. It's an augmented second, and your ear knows it. It sounds like an OT junction. It sounds like it sounds like the theme from the Water Temple. Why does it sound like the theme from the Water Temple? Because the Water Temple, a big part of it is actually based on a mode, but now we're not talking about church modes. It's a mode of the melodic minor scale. So I can't remember what key that, or you know, what it's based around. I think it's. Yeah. it does that. Again, this is not D flat, it's C sharp. So that's what you get for these modes. So just one more time through them all. C Ionian, which is going to be the same as, it's going to sound like C major if I just play the notes themselves. C Lydian, which is the 4th scale degree is raised. C Mixolydian, where the 7th scale degree is lowered. C Aeolian, which is going to sound like C natural minor. C Dorian, which is going to have, it's going to be like C minor, but with a raised 6th scale degree. C Phrygian, which is going to have a flat 2 scale degree, a flat 2nd, a C minor scale with a flat 2nd. And then we didn't talk about, if you add one more flat, you get C Locrian. And this one's very weird, because it's the only mode that doesn't have a perfect 5th between the 1st and 5th degree of the mode. And so it's kind of strange in this sense. It can be used in terms of, like, I don't know, in terms of composing around it. It tends to be a little strange. This is your 1 chord, and it doesn't really make much sense. Like, it's difficult to make this sound like sort of like home base. Like, this is where everything's based around. And so it poses a lot of problems. There's something, yeah, it feels like it wants to go somewhere as opposed to this being the place where it wants to go. Cassie, thank you for the 8-month resub. What's up? Welcome to Nerdy Music Talk. So, modes. Hey, that was quite the modes. Back to the videos with Elamotam. We are going to talk about modes in the 16th and 17th centuries.
Hello and welcome to earlymusicsources.com. My name is Elamotem.
Oh, there's a question there. Yeah. There's a scale degree with 2 minor thirds in it. 2 minor thirds? I mean, I'm not sure I totally understand, because just like a C natural minor scale has 2. And another minor third. Actually, another one.
And today we'll talk about modes in the 16th and 17th centuries.
Yeah, Broccoli, I was talking to you. You said before there is a scale with 2 minor third in it. How does this thing go?
Centuries. Sixteenth and 17th centuries.
Whoops. Right?
Centuries.
And then the other part goes.
Centuries.
Oh, Broccoli, you know what you may be talking about? You may be talking about this. So there's two, oh, I see what you mean. There's 2 augmented seconds in it. And that's actually funny because what I was saying was that augmented seconds are not the same as minor thirds, although the pitches, the relationship are the same. Here's an augmented second. There's another augmented second. That's what you're talking about. Yeah, this scale. The Bjork's Army of Me. There's a video. Was it? Rick? Yeah, or Adam? One of the YouTube, one of the YouTube theory people did it, and it was songs composed in Locrian. But yeah, Broccoli, this is what you're talking about, yeah. Oh, there's something so... I said this last time, there's something really charming about this. I think that's what the notes are, the two voices are.
centuries.
Okay, so modes. Let's look at this from, let's approach this now.
We all know that before things came down
The
to
other
merely
way.
two different kinds of scales, the major scale and the minor scale, they were different kinds.
Will be, so. Maybe. So that does have that. What that has is 3 half steps in a row, which is kind of odd. Maybe it could be used. I'd have to look it up. But I know this is a, I forget what the name of it is. So this is C, D flat, E, F, G, A flat, B, C. And that has two, augmented seconds in it. What is it called? Oh, with 3 half steps. Is that what you meant? So yeah, that has 3 half steps in a row. So and it does have 2 augmented seconds as well. E flat to F sharp is an augmented second. And then A flat to B natural is an augmented second.
Of mode.
Harmonize it. Yeah, I don't know either. And sometimes these things, well, if we sort of try to do this in the same way where we just skip every other note, I guess it gives us this. So now what it's giving us is this, which is these are now 2 scale degrees apart, but they're a major second, or sorry, they're actually a diminished third away. But it's like this is another chord we're gonna get. E flat, G, B natural. And then we're gonna get F sharp, A flat, C natural. Okay, so only called the second note in the scale a second. No, that's the second scale degree. In terms of naming things, we use like second, third, fourth, fifth, sixth, seventh as the way to half the way of naming intervals, and then the other part is the quality of the interval. Augmented is the quality as opposed to a major second or a minor second. So that's a major second. This is a minor second. This is an augmented second. Yo, Avina, thank you for the 2-month resub with a tier 2 sub. What is up? And coming in with some pretty amazing eyebrows, if I do say so myself. And Bill, what's up, Bill? Welcome. I broke a nail, not even before the stream. I broke it during the starting soon screen. So no classical stuff, but I was planning on maybe doing a little bit of this and then some singing or something. I don't know, but we're doing some nerdy stuff. We're talking about modes and all sorts of things surrounding it. And we have some help from our friend Ella Motam from Early Music Sources, which is an amazing YouTube channel. If you guys are not familiar with it, hit that like and subscribe button. So we started off with just Gregorian chant, really basic, just like getting into what it is and how it sort of just came to be. Now we're gonna do the same thing with modes. It's okay, Lord of Chaos. I just have to put some glue on it after the stream, but good exactly, Bill, exactly. Although it caught me up, it really caught me off guard. Yep.
Hello and welcome to earlymusicsources.com. My name is Elam Rotem, and
Elam
today
Rotem.
we'll talk about modes in the 16th and 17th centuries.
All right, so what do we got here? Coming from the
We
other
all
end of
know
things.
that before things came down to merely two different kinds of scales, the major scale and the minor scale, there were different kinds of modes. In the spirit of the scientific
Okay.
Renaissance thinking, many theorists tried to make sense and explain the modes. Often torn between medieval and Greek theories, they invented new ways of naming and recognizing the modes. However, the final outcome of all these theories together was already in old times
I have to pause this for the most important reason. What do you guys think? Do you think the cut is going to be... Is he gonna wait just slightly too long before he cuts to the next thing or not?
considered as a complete outcome of all these theories together was already in old times considered as a complete mess. In this episode, we'll try to put some order in the subject and see what we can nevertheless learn from the modes.
Okay, so also if that makes you feel any better, if you know, is incorrigible just the same word in French? Wait, is that in English? Or am I just only thinking, yeah, incorrigible? We say like it sounds like we're encouraging, incorrigible. Encouraging him here. Same word, interesting. Yeah, it's exact. You don't know what means it. The same thing is the same thing in. I'd imagine it as it does in French because you're using it in that way too. It seems like. Also, I am so sorry for saying the things that I say. So if it makes you feel any better, one of the things he mentioned there is that even people in this time are still like, these modes are confusing. What the hell? So don't worry.
Modes, first mentioned in the 9th century, were originally a way of grouping and categorizing Gregorian chants. Modes are made of specific sequences of notes, as opposed to the way that we think nowadays on scales as octaves. The modes are formed by sequences of 5 notes and of 4 notes.
Okay, this is
called
really
also
important. Watch.
species of fifths and of fourths. Within the diatonic system, there are only so many acceptable variants.
This is gonna make, oh god, this is gonna make things, you're gonna be more confused than, you're gonna be shit. I mean, you're gonna be more confused after watching this than before. All right, you know what, whatever, we'll just.
For these sequences, that is, variants in which the perfect fourth and fifth can be ordered in successions of whole steps and half steps. If we take the various species of fifths and place the various species of fourths above them, we get the 4 authentic modes, one on D, also called Dorian, one on E, Phrygian, one on F, Lydian, and one on G, Mixolydian.
Does that make sense, at least so far? Does that make sense? So the first one was this. They're going to group it into perfect fourths and perfect fifths. Remember, these are like outside of an... besides the octave... Okay. Besides the octave, this is just like... fifths in terms of what we get in the harmonics. Remember the overtone series. The first thing we get is an octave. Then we get a fifth and a fourth. This is like, this is everywhere. This is special. Then we finally get a major third. it looks like it's built, but it's not. I mean, well, if you just saw, it's not built from a major scale. He just said, we'll go over it again in a second. Cass, thank you for the raid. Welcome. Cass, have you ever wondered about the modes of the 16th and 17th centuries? Okay, are those what folks called hexachords? Probably not these specifically, but that's interesting that you brought it up because here's what okay, so hexachords, maybe to someone who doesn't know, sounds like hexachords. It's like 6 notes in a chord, right? But that's not how this works. Here's a way to think about the major scale. Are you ready? Are you ready? Think about it as 2 tetrachords placed on top of each other. What the heck is a tetrachord? It's just a series of 4 notes. This tetrachord is going to be a whole step, another whole step, and then a half step. That's going to be the relationship of the notes. If you place that same tetrachord a whole step above where you left off, do you hear how they sound the same? Bum 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 bum. This group of 4 notes, they're both whole step, half step. If you play them in a row, you get our major scale. So it's whole step, half step, whole step, half step. So it's 2 tetrachords on top of each other. If you keep doing that, you just move through the circle of fifths. This is how you get all the sharps you need. And if we just... So that's just what's happening there. You can think about these now. These are...
Variants only fifths and sentences of 5 notes and of...
So he's saying right here that it's not built from a major scale. It's not, they're not thinking about these octaves, really.
The modes are formed by sequences of 5 notes.
They're trying to categorize this stuff and go, okay, fourths, perfect fifths. What can we do here with these?
Notes and of 4 notes, called also species of fifths and of fourths. Within the diatonic system, there are only so many...
So these are like little tetrachords down here. Little tetrachords. And so this is A, B, C, D. So this is like the beginning of Aeolian. Then we have... This is tough. This would probably be... Well, you know what? It's like the beginning of Phrygian. Actually, we could think about this at the beginning of Dorian. These all start out... I'm just seeing this now. The relationship of these first 4 notes... Okay, you can't see this one, but just take my word for it. I'm covering it. It looks like the relationship of these first 4 notes are going to be the same, but just one of these gets to go up 1 more note. So we have this. That's the one you can't see. Take my word for it. And then this next one here. And then this. No, these are different. Never mind. So forget what I said. Just... And then one more. And then this one is... Exactly. Miniature action Jesus.
Many acceptable variants for these sequences. That is, variants in which the perfect fourth and fifth can be ordered in successions of whole steps and half steps. If we take the various species of fifth and place the various
So these overlapping notes are the same note names, which
species
is
of fourths above them, we get the four authentic modes. One on D, also called Dorian, one on E, Phrygian, one on F, Lydian, and one on G, Mixolydian. The first note at the bottom of the species of fifth is also called the finalis of the mode, as it is normally the note on which the piece ends. Now, if we put the species of fourths below the species of fifths, we get the four plagal modes: Hypodorian, Hypophrygian, Hypolydian, and Hypomixolydian.
okay. Does that at least make sense? Forget about words with letters and things. Does that at least make sense in terms of how these things were formed? Hola, Gravito. So that first one was these 5 notes, and then these 4. And so they placed them like that. It starts on D and ends on A. And the other one starts on A and ends on D. So you can overlap them in 2 ways. Either you do it in this order, or you start on A. Does that make sense?
And of four variants.
Here. This is an A, this is a D, this is a D, this is an A. So there's 2 ways for them to overlap. This is a B, and this is an E. This is an E, this is a B. It's going to be the same thing here. C and F, F and C. So you can link them in 2 ways. Oh, shit. Thank you, Tengi. Yeah, I have to click on the window for it to work. Again, sorry. This is an A, and this is a D. This is a D, and this is an A. So these 2 can link up here and overlap, and you get it going. Or these 2 are both A's. They can link up, and it goes. Same thing here. This is a B and an E, E, B. So they can link up like that, or they can link up like this. And it's going to be the same thing here. Each of these groups link up in that way. They share the first and last notes, but they're swapped.
For these sequences, ordered in series of authentic modes. One on D, also called bottom of the species of fifth, in which the piece is Hypophrygian, Hypolydian, and Hypomixolydian.
Okay, so if I play them, D, Dorian, E, Phrygian, F, Lydian, G, Mixolydian, and Hypodorian. So this is starting on A, but watch what happens here. That's just Aeolian. That's just Aeolian. And if we start here, this is just Locrian. At least in terms of like the notes we're getting. This is C major. This is C Ionian. And then so Dorian and Hypomixolydian are the same notes, I guess.
These 8 groupings, which are based on the 4 different finalis notes, D, E, F, and G, are the
But aside from this, if we take this out, we have the church modes. But they'd be used, so they'd be used differently, probably.
famous 8 modes.
So we have 8 modes. But aren't there actually 12 modes? Well, it depends whom you ask. Let's see.
As we saw, the 8 modes are based on 4 different finalis notes, D, E, F, and G.
Miniature Action Jesus. I was like that for a while. And I was playing guitar and some other stuff. The thing that really helped me with this was trying to think about it in a way that like really made sense, and then also putting it into practice. But I can maybe do this really quickly because I think this is important. We talked about this a little bit ago, but we can do this one more time. Try grouping them like this: 2 groups of 3 modes, and then 1 outlier. You have things based on with a major third and one with a minor third. Okay. Based on a major scale, everything just, well, Ionian, the same as it would be. Okay, if you raise the 4th scale degree, Lydian. If you lower the 7th scale degree, Mixolydian. But how can you maybe remember that? Why the 4th scale degree? Why raised? Why the 7th scale degree? Why lowered? If you think about it like this is C Ionian, this is Lydian, a note raised, and it's F sharp, and this is C Mixolydian. It's a B flat, so it's your 7th scale degree lowered. We can do the same thing here with Aeolian. So A minor with an F sharp is A Dorian. A minor with a B flat is A Phrygian. And if we actually go over one more step, we get A Locrian. I'm curious, what if we go over 2 steps here? Can you do that? So this is now going to be C with 2... No, you can't do that because then the thing you start with is sharp. You can't have a C with a C sharp. I mean, I guess you kind of could. Oh, sorry. Time out a second. Do you see why that wasn't going to work at first? How can you have a C sharp in a scale that has a C in it? But if we think about it in terms of building chords, we can actually do that. So we can have a chord with a C and a C sharp and have it not sound bad. And there's a few different ways to think about this. As either stacking perfect fifths, or alternating between major and minor thirds. Which is like how we That's how we build harmony, essentially. We could do it the opposite way. We could start with a minor third. But this one tends to be this. It's sort of like its major version. That is the chord that exactly. That's the chord that's what Jacob's talking about there. It's like more Lydian than Lydian. You're continuing to move clockwise on the circle of fifths. Well, for you, clockwise. You're adding another sharp. So if we do C Lydian, the first 5 notes, and then if we do that again, starting on G, we're almost doing what this video was talking about, overlapping these things. Well, we get this. Can you hear how this is the same sound? I mean, this is these notes spread out. Except Jacob would have been like, ooh, 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 ooh. And I would have said harmony. Ooh, 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 ooh. Right, harmony. Kazi, thank you for the 350 bits. I do appreciate it. For the impression, thanks. And if anyone wants to help support, because this has been quite slow today, and I kind of get it. I'm trying to do something different. I was gonna say I think it's unique, but it definitely is. For better, for worse, try to find somewhere else on Twitch right now where anything even close to this is happening. Not even just right now. Just try to think yesterday or tomorrow or the day before, 2 days from now. So you come back and tell me where that's happening. I mean, that's kind of what like, hey, Origami, thank you for, what's it called? Thank you for the 2 gift subs and helping support what I'm trying to do here. I do appreciate it. I know, yeah, what a way to come out of lurking. This is another way you can think about a whole tone scale. Instead of overlapping these, there, you can stack these. Oh, really? Spaff did that? Twitch.tv/Spaff. All right, you're gonna have to. I'll have to go check them out. If we now stack things based on these 4 notes, and then do the same relationship, but now it's shifted over a whole step. So starting on the 2nd note, and again, and again. So this is like, in this sense, something that helped me kind of understand whole tone scales in almost the way you, like, it has such an extreme feeling to it. is that it's like the what would you call it? It's like it is the limit of Lydian, if that makes sense. If this if that is Lydian and that's this like outward thing, then this is just the extreme version. You just keep going outward even more. Every note in relation to every other place is, it's Lydian no matter where you start or end. Or can probably fall asleep. All right, go for it, Kazi. Thank you again for the bits too. And I feel like in terms of the feeling people, the way people tend to describe these two things is that most people tend to think of like some sort of dream type thing, or some wonder, something like that, which I feel like you can reframe without stretching things too much as like something that's so far out there that it like loops back around to being totally inward. And like what's farther out than like the farthest reaches of space or something like that. And it's like, well, people's imaginations or people's minds aren't bound by those things. So like, although the physical distance is obviously larger, this is no longer not just no longer bound by physical distance, but isn't even, we're talking about constraints that distance isn't even involved. Trying to apply distance to it wouldn't even make sense. It'd be like, how big is your mind? Not how big is your brain, how big is your mind? How large is it? It's like how many feet? It's like, what? That doesn't make sense. Like, exactly. Now, the harmonies and stuff, if we use this in terms of, building chords or something, we get something a little different. We just get a bunch of tension. And you can tell by these chords. So like this is an altered chord with a sharp 5, and this one with a no, we won't use a flat 9 because that's not in our whole tone scale. This actually resolves quite simply. Man, how could you ever make this sound not nasty? All right, back to modes. I haven't listened to enough Bill Evans to be able to do. I haven't done enough, like you could say, whether formal or informal studying of jazz stuff, but I appreciate the harmonic aspects of it enough. I feel like in a certain sense, I've harmonically found my way to some jazz things like this, almost purely through through theory, if that makes sense. It's like I've like sort of cut my way, and like you just keep going from this path that's built from like the classical stuff I studied, and you just like keep going even more. You keep adding more notes to your chords. You use the modes in more ways. You apply them in different ways. You just keep doing more of the same thing, and you just find yourself. I feel like you just find yourself in this place. Because what did I do here? I still just applied the same thing of like whatever mode or thing you're using, scale, mode, okay. You just skip that's just where you get your chords from. So if we do the same thing, it's like, where does this chord come from? We find this chord in the same way we find, well, let's do it this way. We find this chord in the same way, I found it in the same way as I found this. But instead of taking a triad, the first three notes of a chord from a C major, I took the notes from a whole tone scale and you get a jazzy chord.
Glareanus, however, in his 1540s.
Well, that's the thing. It's like, that's why what is jazz? What is jazz? Well, it's like, is that chord jazz? Like, I wouldn't say so, but it's something that you're gonna find that harmony, probably the genre of music where you'll find it the most would be jazz, but it in and of itself isn't necessarily linked to that genre.
His seventh book, called Dodecachordon, suggested that there were actually more modes if we considered two more finalis notes, namely A and C. A mode on B was still out of the question, since its fifth degree is a diminished interval. So based on the finalis A, we have the Aeolian mode with its authentic and plagal versions. And based on the finalis C, we have the Ionian mode, of course also with its authentic and plagal versions. With these 4 new modes, we have a total of 12 modes. This set of 12 modes was accepted by many, most famously by Zarlino, who presented it in his influential 1558 book Istituzioni Armoniche. However, some years later, Zarlino decided to renumber the 12 modes, having the first mode start on the finalis C. So that which was previously the 11th mode with the Greek name Ionian now became the first mode with the Greek name Dorian. Whatever reasons he had for that renumbering, it ended up being simply too confusing. And although this numbering was adopted by some, on the whole,
Hypo-alien.
it just added another level of difficulty
There
to
really
a
are
subject already
there really are
full of
4 vowels in a
controversies.
row. Are there?
The modes were originally invented and employed in the context of monodic chant. How then the modes were explained in the 16th century when polyphony was so central in music?
Uh-oh.
Applying the theory of modes to
Uh-oh.
polyphony was not simple, but the theorists of the Renaissance loved these kinds of challenges.
Here we are again with the famous Zarlino. He suggested that the mode of a polyphonic piece is defined in accordance with its tenor voice. If the
Okay.
tenor
So this is where you have to like specifics of certain styles of certain time periods. It's like these things are very specific, and there's so many details. There's so many details, and we're gonna see these details.
tenor voice is in the first mode, for example, the whole piece is then considered to be in the first mode. However, since in polyphony voices have overlapping ranges, if the tenor is in an authentic mode, the bass would be plagal, and the canto and alto will be equivalent to the tenor and bass, just an octave higher. In contrast, if the tenor were in a plagal mode, the other voices would be adjusted accordingly. This is a good time to mention that when a range of a mode is not comfortable,
Ready?
that is too low or too high, there
Ready?
is always the possibility of transposition. In this case, for example, we have the plagal version of the Dorian mode, the Hypodorian, or the second mode, and we
Sorry, broccoli. I know it's not the easiest to understand, even if English is your first language. So it's okay.
see that it is way too low and out of the comfortable vocal ranges described by theorists. Transposition in the Renaissance is a rather uncomplicated procedure. It consists of simply adding a flat to the key, and this will take the music a fourth higher or
That's a good point too. He has an accent as well.
a fifth lower. In practice, the second mode is almost always transposed in that manner, since, as you saw,
If you look at a lot of music from this time period, you're going to see either nothing in the key signature or one flat in the key signature, and this is why.
its untransposed version is simply too low. This is an important concept, namely that the musical system can theoretically be either untransposed, cantus durus, or,
Durus.
with the help of one flat, transposed, cantus mollis. Transpositions as we know them, with all the different accidentals, did take place in practice throughout the 16th century, but it was not until the middle of the 17th century that they began appearing in written out compositions.
Until
Also, think about the notes that this leaves you. I'm sorry to do this to you like that. Think about the notes that leaves you. If these are the notes think about, they're able to play all those, any piece transposed or not, using these, not 7 notes, but these 8 notes. Oh. And so if you think about some things where this is B, and this is H, perhaps, it may make some more sense why that would be. Why these two notes would be, there'd be something so special about this note and it's accidental.
now, we saw that the mode contains the finalis of a piece, what we now call the key of the piece, as well as its general range. Modes, however, may be also manifested by other characteristics, such as the degrees on which cadences will be made, the way imitations or fugal entrances should be composed, and lastly, by their affects or ethos. Let's see.
cadences mark important structural moments in a piece, and the degrees of the mode on which cadences take place have an important role in making the piece modally coherent. For each mode, theorists supplied a list of cadence points according to their importance. The first point, often called the first cadence, is on the actual note of the mode, its finalis. The secondary cadence is very often a fifth above the main note of the mode. And the next cadence point, the third cadence, is often on the third degree of the mode.
This, like, almost essentially still applies to how things work.
Some modes, however, are often treated differently. The third and fourth modes, for example, the Phrygian modes, are exceptional in their form. Even if one would try to normalize all the theory of the modes into only major and minor modes, the Phrygian modes would still need their own category. In any case, the secondary cadences of the third and fourth modes are, according to some theorists, on C and A respectively. According to other theorists, however, the cadences are on the fifth degree of the mode, like in most modes. The cadence points are not considered.
This is, okay. That first thing, so cadences, for those who aren't aware, it's just at a particular point in a piece, one of them being the very end. But at certain parts throughout the piece, you'll get progressions that tend to move towards something. So if we do this, now this is really short, but we could think about that as a cadence back to C where we started. And then we could do, so that would be like that primary cadence thing, going back to whatever the key is in. And the second one is moving and strongly landing on the fifth of whatever the key is. So that's on G. So that's something closer to this. And things now move from there. And we landed back on C. And now, actually doing that same thing, I just decided to go to a different key and a minor one at that. And using these cadences and these strong points, we can move around to different places, and in a way that kind of is somewhat coherent. Back to C. So I was just doing different cadences to different places, but you could also do. We have some other types of cadences that you probably have heard, but never been like, oh yes, that's a cadence. So that's one that's moving to the 6th scale degree. But then we could also do this. You guys following? Yes? No? Maybe?
Consistent among theorists. Some theorists even mention the use of peregrine cadences, cadences which are not typical for the mode. Dressler, for example, wrote that such cadences might disturb the sense of hearing when they are used unseasonably, and therefore recommended to beginner composers to avoid them. But by saying that, he actually implies that employed carefully, it is possible to.
So I feel like this is the biggest thing I run into, the biggest trouble I run into when I do this stuff while streaming, is that I feel that people perhaps I should say this before, during, before, after, and during, just a million times, to the point where it almost gets annoying to you guys. Which is that the point of none of this for anyone ever is to understand what's going on in a complete sense. How could you be doing anything but still processing what's happening? No one, even if you have degrees in music and stuff like that, if this is the first time like encountering this or something, and you're just like, okay, yeah, I get it. It's like, boom, process done. It's like, what? What the hell? Like, who are you? You just heard it once. You're instantly understanding it without even finishing the thing. Like, what? That's not going to happen for anybody. Like, you understand it to a point where you could repeat it back. Perhaps you could watch it again and feel no differently about it. You're like, oh, this is all repetitive. Like, I understood it the first time. It's like, what? You watch it a second time and nothing. You got nothing more from it. You didn't process any of it further. You finished that fast? Like, geez, what kind of brain do you have? Would understand. Oh, I'm sure they would. That's what it, oh God. So that's what it, those people, you know. But yeah, this is not to be, there's two things. One, even just like on the face of it, like, this is not to be understood right away. But then the second part is like, well, what does it even mean to understand it? And, you know, without being too ridiculous, what I mean by that is like, there's different levels to understanding something. It's like, have you made all possible connections with it to everything else you've ever heard and all the other information you know? If not, does that mean you haven't understood it or haven't processed it? Les mots sont des séquences d'intervalles. Yeah, the modes are sequences of intervals. Un ton. Is this supposed to be like in tones? Les intervalles restent les mêmes. The intervals remain the same. A tone or okay, it is a tone. Yeah, or note. Yeah, gotcha. Yeah, so that's. I mean, that's part of it. Another part is again, the reason why whenever I do this theory stuff, the main thing is just so that you can go, oh, like that would be the ideal response to all this, where after all of it you go like, huh. Where you've just like something is now registered, like your brain is now aware that something is not the way you thought it was before. Whether you know exactly how it is now is not the most important thing, and it's not really important to me. If you think any differently, or have even the slightest change in your view on this or anything else music related, or even anything else outside of it, but it feels like that is that would be less likely, but then it holds worth. At least I hope. So I don't know if that makes sense or not. But whenever I'm talking about the circle of fifths or chords or scales or modes or whatever, you know, composing stuff or whatever, it's never to. This is not a. It's not a guide on how to compose. It's just like something different. Just something different. Some new information that you weren't aware of before. To actually, wait, has it really count? I mean, that's what I would like to. I mean, that would be another thing. Perhaps I need to. Well, it's not this simple. I was gonna say perhaps I need to get over the slowness of when these things happen, because it's slow in lots of different ways in terms of chat activity, viewer count, subs, bits. I mean, everything is just. It's just all slower. Everything is lower. But these things don't need to be some magic. It doesn't need to be some impossible mystery. It doesn't mean it's going to be easy, but like music doesn't need to be some unattainable thing. It's not how. I really think the only reason that happens is because people haven't been given any information. So then how? It's going to be very difficult to just do it all on your own. But before they imply the structure, they just listen to the sound of what they play. Sometimes, well, as we can see here, it is a combination of both things, where you have theory or something, you have systems that are used to describe music, but then people using those systems and making changes to create something new. So it's like two things going back and forth. And there are some other videos that there people doing this in this time. Like this is. It's not only one direction. It's not like everyone just does things new by ear and come up with systems afterwards. And then they come up with new things by ear with no system and mind. Like sometimes it's like you can mess around and explore by understanding these systems and sort of tweaking them a little bit to see what else you can find. Fair, thank you for gifting that sub. To Capitaine Broccoli. Gracias, Fair. Maybe they'll even talk about it in here a bit, but we'll see.
Use whatever cadence you want. And by saying that, he made the theory of modes a bit weaker and less coherent than it already is. On the basis that authentic modes are built with the species of fifth and then fourth, and plagal modes are built with the species of fourth and then fifth, Di Ruta gives help in composing or improvising imitations. If we are in an authentic mode, for example, the subject should emphasize the range of the species of fifth, like so. But then, its answer, often made by the plagal neighboring voice, would be transformed and adapted to the species of fourth, like this.
So I've talked about this before a tiny bit when talking about fugues. I say there's a subject and an answer, and one happens at the tonic and one happens at the dominant. Or I try to say 5 notes up is where the answer starts, something, but it's not that simple. And this is a better way of describing why it's not so simple. That was a cadence too.
You will find some nice polyphonic examples of this in the footnote.
Wait, do we get to listen to him? Okay, or not. Or not. All right, never mind.
When composing a piece, the first task of a composer is to choose in which mode the composition will be. He is expected to do so according to the text and desired effect of the piece, and when relevant, according to the liturgical context. Theorists supplied us with information concerning
phooey.
what effect is appropriate for each mode, but of course, the opinions are rather valid.
Is that a bong? Sorry.
However, there are some things that repeat rather often. For example, the second, fourth, and sixth modes, all plagal modes, are often referred to as appropriate for said texts because they are lower than their authentic counterparts. Specifically, the second mode is almost always transposed higher, but then it has a flat, which gives another reason to categorize it in a more sad or soft class. Another rather consistent point is the description of the third mode as suitable for harsh and angry texts. This might be because this mode is based on the note mi, which is considered hard and harsh in Renaissance terms.
Je suis d'accord.
However, some theoreticians wrote that this mode, as well as the fourth mode, are appropriate for mournful subjects and lamentations.
Ici, m'a faire plusieurs fois. Et pour la deuxième fois du mois du abonnement. 2 months of subbing. 2 months of gifting.
In the case are appropriate for mournful subjects and lamentations. In the case of the Lydian mode, there are extreme inconsistencies. Some wrote that this mode is pleasant and lively, while others wrote that it is severe, hard, and threatening. These kinds of inconsistencies might be explained by the fact that...
And I guess that makes sense. There's 10 times more subs than viewers. And that's... I don't know how those numbers necessarily line up with other streams. There's definitely a very... it seems to be a higher number of... perhaps, I don't know, sub to average viewer ratio.
That different writers were referring to different mode theories. But all in all, this kind of confusion is very familiar for those who are interested in modes, back then and today.
The theories we have presented up until now are either from the 16th century or later, but based on influential 16th century sources such as Glarean or Zarlino. While these theories were still circulating in the 17th century, a new trend in mode theory started to emerge. Let's see.
From the beginning of the 17th century, writers presented systems of 8 different tuoni, tones or tonalities, which were based on the psalm tones and their usual transpositions. They were similar to the traditional 8 modes, but with some apparent differences. Most noticeably, one no longer made a distinction between authentic and plagal modes.
Is tonal specifically, so the modes are different sequences of intervals in tonalities, I guess. Is that
One of
what
the
you're
early
saying?
examples of this is found in Banchieri's 1605 L'organo suonarino. Let's point out some details. The first mode is on D, as it used to be. The second mode is by now officially transposed to G with a flat. The third mode is on A, like the missing Aeolian 9th and 10th modes Glarean added. The fourth mode is on E, as it used to be. The fifth mode is now on C, but the sixth mode is still on F, where it used to be, but with a flat. Both modes seem now like the 11th and 12th Ionian modes Glarean
Okay,
added.
so maybe I should say this. Don't worry. It's like don't even worry about this. Don't even worry about the specifics. 11, 12. I am in Galarian. What now? C flat. That's not important.
Or
Like it is, but like not really.
modernize a standard major key. The seventh mode is on D with a flat, which makes another Aeolian mode, and the eighth mode is on G, as it used to be. Excluding the seventh mode, that according to some writers later in the century got a sharp and turned from a minor mode to a major mode, this set of tuoni is found in treatises throughout the century.
The problem with the history of the modes is that it's not linear. It didn't just go from one theory to the next. Different theories were invented and used, coexisting along with older theories. Here is a very short summary.
The 8 modes and the psalm tones, which are not at all the same thing, were established back in the Middle Ages. In 1547, Glarean extended the system of 8 modes and added 4 new modes. His theory was accepted by many, including the famous Zarlino, who then decided to confusingly renumber the new system of 12.
I don't even think it matters that much. We can just maybe it can just be like, oh, perhaps you can take from this, you know, what he said. This stuff isn't linear. The modes and how they developed aren't linear. Things aren't simple. Like, that would be something worthwhile taking from this, as opposed to being like, Glarenius, okay, yes, 1547, it was the 12 modes. Yeah, that was the Dorian one, the hype. That was all the ones we saw before. And then it was the 12 modes. We renumbered it, and it was Zarlino. What was it, 15? Like, we're at, you know, there's no test
of modes.
on this.
While all these theories were still
Oh,
circulating,
Banchieri, 1614 was one. Okay, so that.
a new system of 8 modes came about. This system was based on the psalm tones, which are not modes, but mere melodic formulas. Many writers disregarded this nuance, which added another layer of confusion. During the 17th century, writers...
But, like, we can see here that these are overlapping, okay? So this is like, oh, Glarenius is like, new modes. But these people are still like, well, we're using this. And at this point right here, this is even, we're renumber it's these 12 modes, but we're going to renumber it, but we're still using 12 modes, but numbered in a different way. We're not even using those 12 modes. And right here, it's a new system, but they're using the old new one. And this is the old new one, and this is the old one. So, like, I guess that's the main thing, to be like, oh, this stuff is all overlapping. It's all confusing to them.
complained that it's impossible to study the modes due to their messy literature.
Farnsworth.
Already in 1622, Camillo Angleria wrote, "Many have written about the formation and recognition of the modes, but one is confusingly different from another, and for this reason, many cannot perceive in what mode a composition might be when seeing it, and much less when only hearing it. Towards the
So again, it's like from this video, even it's like, modes are confusing. And they seem to always have been confusing.
end of the 17th century, writers such as Christopher Simpson and the famous Marc-Antoine Charpentier are suggesting that in fact there are only two modes, a major one and a minor one. This is more or less the end of the Renaissance modal theories and the beginning of the major and minor era that has continued on until today.
Now you know why you never really understood modes.
See, there you
Because
go.
no one did.
There you go. There you go. See, that's all you had. After all this, you were worried about understanding. I think I'm lost. I'm still processing all this stuff. Turns out, no one understands. There you go. You were so worried about
Many
no one
tried.
understood. It wasn't for you to be. You weren't supposed to understand it. No one was supposed to understand it. You're supposed to just be like, oh, Jesus. This stuff is way more complicated
But
than I
in
even...
fact, just added new layers.
we don't know
of
what the hell we're
confusion.
talking about.
However, so you won't feel as if you wasted your time watching this
Oh,
presentation, let's
see, he's talking to you. He's talking to all you.
try and see what we can nevertheless learn
See,
from the
he's-
modes
he's the-
when reading and performing music from the Renaissance.
The mode of a piece, as the container of the piece, may tell us things about the piece before even reading it. But since the modal theories are incoherent, when we look at a piece, we should
Is that... It's quite the bulge in that... All right.
try and understand how the specific composer of that piece saw the modes, on what finalis the mode is based, where he
See,
believed that the cadences
I mean, I
should
just-
be normally, and at what points he decided to step out from the norm, and why he chose that specific mode over other modes to enable him to express the text with the right effects.
This is a huge part of like theory and studying music and stuff like this in general. It's just like, well, what was the composer thinking? Regardless of what you want to call it or whatever, or trying to use it as a tool or something, it's like, if nothing else, it's like if you're playing music or trying to understand someone else's music or something like that, it's like, oh, maybe we can try to understand how they were approaching it.
By understanding a little bit more of the composer's thinking, we may better understand the composition, and by that, hopefully, we would be able to achieve a better performance.
I don't even think you have to take it that far as being like a better performance. I feel content if just stopping it right before that line. So
We would be able to understand
this.
understanding a little bit more of the composer with the right effects.
Ready?
By understanding a little bit more of the composer's thinking, we may better understand the composition.
I'm fine with like leaving it at that.
And by that, hopefully, we would be able to achieve a better performance.
Like I don't even think there has to. So he's like tacking on a like practical aspect to it, but I don't think you need to. I mean, it's certainly true, but I don't think you need to. Not only I don't think, I know for sure you don't need to have. Information isn't valuable only if it's for practical like purposes. Although it seems like that's often how we value information, which makes sense too. It's like, well, what do I do with this now? It's like, I don't know. Do you have to do something with it? Like, what the hell? Like,
So this was our show about modes. We hope you enjoyed it. Don't forget to check the special page on our website with all the footnotes and other extra information. Feel free to comment, share and like. See you next time at earlymusicsources.com.
so let's do this. Well, of course, the owl understood everything. The owl's very smart. Archimedes. from The Sword and the Stone. You have to leave. I might head out too. It's been 3 hours and it's a little. It can be. I don't know. It's tough. Because sometimes I feel like I'm just watching the video by myself, which isn't really much fun. Well, it's no more fun than watching it by myself, which I've done with these.
Hello and welcome.
Now, I don't know. I mean, maybe I can say this or ask this. Is there something I could do for all of you or any of you or something? Because people aren't going to be different. To make this sort of thing perhaps more enjoyable or engaging or something? Is it a lost cause? Is it is it just too difficult to understand to be worth talking about? Like, these are the things I like actively wonder about. I often feel like when I do things that aren't just me playing music, that it's like a lost cause. That, you know, maybe there's going to be like a handful of people or something, but it's like, you know, how much is it worth to do this stuff? A part of me really struggles to think that there'd really be little to no value. Especially because, like, I understand the demand is low, but it seems like the supply is also insanely low. If we want to think about it that way. So, a nice break from playing. Yeah, because I don't even want to just be playing all the time. Like, you don't need me to just be playing music all the time. Trust me, you don't need me to. There are other people who can play music much better than me. You don't need me to do that. I mean, is there something else? So let's say you did enjoy. Is there something else? Like, do you have any recommendations then? Maybe, or maybe you don't. Maybe you're like, it's perfect. It's perfect. Maybe it's like, do it more or something. So I'm almost getting that sense from what Vol's saying, the pieces that you play regularly. I could try to do that. Perhaps I should remind as much as possible whenever I see something like what we saw towards the end here. It was like, you know, when I saw this.
Excluding the seventh from a man throughout with the history of
Where was it? One of these was just like ridiculous. Oh, here.
Mode is, but with the force mode is on E as it used to be. Still like the 11 as standard.
Okay, so when you see this, like maybe I should be like, okay, Banchieri's new Tuoni, you're looking at this and it's like, what the hell is all this? 1, 2, what are we even numbering? D, the G, the flat? Wait, is this G flat minor? Wait, what's flat? A, C, wait, why is, AC, wait, this isn't going in any order. Both modes seem like 11th or 12th Ionian Galarian added standing, and like, perhaps I should continuously mention that understanding this, fully understanding this is not the important part. I mean, this to me, this sounds like someone making something up about music to make a joke about something being complicated. If you were to be like, yeah, the fifth and sixth modes of Banchieri's new Tuoni are both now are like the 11th and 12th Ionian modes Galarian added the standard major key. Like, it sounds fake. It's so just like, it's so dense with just stuff. It just sounds fake. It totally sounds made up. It's not, but it totally sounds made up. Consulting, yeah, it sounds like complete nonsense. There's no, but you like, if you fully understand this, stood this, I'm not sure the video would actually just be worth it anymore. Really, it's like, oh, okay, like I don't think this is very important.
Major.
Again, that's what. So maybe I can do that sort of thing where like when this comes up, go like, sort of keep doing like, perhaps what I can guess. Maybe I need to try to. I think I may be able to at least like sort of naturally do this. I would just have to actually make the effort to act upon it, which would be to go, when do I think people are going to get distracted by details? And when I think that happens, go, oh, I think this is when someone's going to be distracted by detail. Let me pause and sum it up in a way that doesn't involve the details. Like all this stuff here, go like, all right, so hold on. It's like, so don't worry about so much about the details. Just, this is just showing that the modes, people were using different systems, so it wasn't really straightforward how this stuff evolved. Something like that, perhaps. Also, yeah, I mean, Captain, I totally agree with all that stuff you said. Also, therefore, hitherto and thus fourth most, but which modes will most proactively leverage our core competencies? Depends on which models you're looking into, of course. There's the Galarian models, which we could use to procrastinate the infiltration of the modular harmonization of the intuitive, stabilization of the oh yes, early music sources. ¿Verdad la motam? People don't say synergy nowadays. Do they still say think tank? So this startup, and so we had to have this think tank for this startup, and there was just some real good synergy between the members of the think tank for the startup. All right. Also cryptocurrency. Okay. I like those buzzwords. All right. Yeah, I mean, I can try to give examples from music we do. I feel like I always just kill any energy. It's just like, I don't know. I'm just. So even if I did this, I was like, oh, you know what I thought I could do? Listen to something. What's this music he was talking about the whole time? What's the music that would be using this stuff? So perhaps What if we go back to here? Okay, so there's the Gregorian chant. He said there are some examples of people using Gregorian chant. I know you can't see it. I can though. Where was it?
Examples for that are is a base. Claudio Monteverdi.
Oh, maybe we can. Ooh, that was close to me. Just okay, that was close. I pushed my contact out, but it like went back in. Hey, Jags. I'd honestly like to. Here's the thing. I would like to do it even more than once a month. I'd like to do it quite a bit. Yeah, fair. That was a close one. I forgot that I had my. Yeah. The only thing that stops me is just. It seems to take a lot out of me because I as well, probably all of you know who are here because you're still here. Like, know how much I seem to be like connected with how things are going in the stream. So like, it can take a lot out of me to do this kind of stuff. But in terms of just it would be a lot of work doing the prep work behind the scenes. Probably, well, it depends on the level to which it's taken. You know, if I were to, you know, make an entire video, or if it's not the video, but like set up and essentially have all these materials and stuff like this just set up to be done on stream with a very specific topic in mind, yeah, probably. But if it's something like going over, you know, picking a piece of music that we do in going into this stuff, like and a lot of it would be based on, like, I'd think of the things that are important, but also it's important to, the way I'd like to do it would be based on what people in the chat are curious about the thing, because I don't know what each person knows or doesn't know. And not just that, I'd like it to be, oftentimes these things is like, what would you say? Launching points or something for other discussions based on who's here and what they know or don't know and what they're interested in or not. So that it's more of a discussion type thing as opposed to me just like, I don't know, lecturing or something like that. And I think there's value to both those things. Something that's closer to a lecture and something that's closer to just like a discussion about stuff. But because like we could just take pieces of music and I could maybe just either photocopy the music so we could at least look at it, and then go from there. Like that wouldn't take much prep work at all, and it would be done. The work would just be essentially done on stream. Yo, JC, what's up? Piano overlay? Yeah, I chipped part of my nail essentially today, right as the stream started during the starting soon screen. So we didn't do any guitar, and we've just been doing theory stuff, and what we based off of you know, we were just talking about this right before you rated. It's like these videos were sort of the starting points of whatever discussions we had, right? Like we went off into different places. It wasn't all just about Gregorian chant. There was especially in between this video and the video on modes. How bad is it? It's not bad. Like, because I put glue on my nails, it's like the first line of defense. That'll always kind of just break and chip off before the nail breaks. So I just have to, you know, after the stream, probably eat something and then I'll just reapply the glue. It was bound to happen. I could tell this stuff lasts for a while, but it slowly starts to lift, and it had been months and months since I totally had to sort of redo this stuff. So it lasted quite a while. Yeah, so we were talking about a bunch of different stuff. There's these the other thing we could have done is like cadences. Wait, someone mentioned where was it? Oh, so Origami said the fugue stuff is always super interesting. I think so too.
Hello and
That's
welcome.
where
Hello and welcome to
how to improvise polyphony in 4 voices according to Santa Maria. This one's super interesting in that sense.
Each individual voice be pleasing and correct in movement. Apart from these general directions, the way that Santa Maria's fantasias actually work is by having a subject, a short melody that is then imitated by the other voices in turns. This he calls in Spanish fuga, to escape or to flee, as if the first voice flees from the second voice, which then flees from the third one, and so on. When voices are not playing the subject, they may accompany it with free counterpoint, or alternatively sit out for a bit, like men of reason who know when to remain silent. This whole procedure, according to Santa Maria, is a thing most exquisite and soothing to the ear.
I would say so.
But how is it done? And trying to play in 4 voices, Santa Maria tells us that one may see 4-voice polyphony as a combination of 2 pairs of voices. Most essential yet difficult.
So again, if we were to do this, and I skipped a bunch, and I'm going to keep doing it, it wouldn't be to actually... This is on how to improvise polyphony in 4 voices. Like... That's not something you're just going to, for one, watch a 17-minute video and go and do. But this is like... That's a ridiculous... That's a very complicated thing. And so the goal wouldn't be to actually improvise polyphony in 4 voices after watching this, let alone watching it just one time.
2 ways. Maria
But just sort of
this is where
seeing
he
how
puts
something
may be
comes
added
to be.
after a short delay.
Yeah, it's super
Imitating
extreme.
The first voice, if the Santa
you could-
Maria does most, however, end of the subject, like here, for example, the subject
But
starts
you could maybe see
lower
this.
voice on D,
this
and
subject.
the imitation joins later, a 5th higher, on A.
That was odd.
Another way for which
That's
Santa
very
Maria
odd.
showed great appreciation is that of having the imitation start immediately, so that the subject and its imitation are overlapping.
Stretto.
Nowadays, many scholars call it stretto fuga, and it can be seen in this example. The subject starts on G, and the imitation follows immediately a 4th lower. Notice how both voices continue playing something.
I think the cadence one would be really interesting too, if we were to watch more of these. Another issue that comes up, because we were talking about issues with this, doing this stuff on stream, is that if someone misses part of a stream or something, they miss information that then helps with understanding other stuff in the video, it's going to be difficult.
According to the rules of counterpoint, is that the Santa Maria describes how one may test whether a certain subject can work in close imitation. They're simple as and the time interval to 1/2 note. And we made ourselves a working close imitation. Let's now try to have the imitation a 4th below the subject and disclose the necessary parameters for them to work. Notice that the examples are presented in pairs which are mirror inversions of each other. This detail may facilitate memorization for the reader. In order to become real duos, they need to proceed nicely and end imitation at a 5th above.
So we'd have to go into like the
is
details and
delayed
stuff, but this is what happens when you learn like formal counterpoint.
By or a fifth, or descend consonant to read. Now, how
I wonder if there are just some examples.
Finally, as we said, free beginning and canto duo, and the other voices, once the subject is stated, are free to accompany or to rest.
This is very odd. This has like this feels like it has no direction to it. This raised note here and being flat here is this is very odd. This is early music sources. I love this channel. This
Notice
is very odd.
to for canto duo and the rest.
So if we go, so it sounds like we're going to G minor or something, or G major. You'd maybe think to keep an F sharp, but it's not. It's a little odd. But what if we do this? Because I can't, we should either, it's like, you know, we should either watch it or not. And it may be a lot because it's, you know, 17 minutes, but it's obviously going to take longer than that. Perhaps we can, again, go back to this and look at one of
Examples
these.
for that are found in Frescobaldi's Fiori Musicali. The instrument was credits are basis for Polyphonious Canto Pres Missa Pangelingua.
Maybe we could look at some stuff from Josquin, because I was saying he's underappreciated and under-recognized. So perhaps if we do this, and we look at this, Missa Pange Lingua, which is, I studied this in college. So, this is another thing. Would you rather, never have I ever, would you rather see people singing it or see the notes? This is something where most people can probably connect with just watching the people sing it, but then you lose. So because we were talking about the information sort of behind it, you lose so much of it when you're not looking at the notes. Now, one of the things that's really nice if you can find these with one of those graphic things, that makes it, but I don't know if we can do that. Unfortunately, I don't think that exists. I don't even know if you would be able to do that, because I was going to say you'd have to have the two, like, it's going to make the music too small to even notice. You know those visuals? Like, jeez, what could I even... What if we do this? So there's this. This is not the same thing, but it's one of these visuals I was thinking about. These things are, I think, great for everyone, whether you're a musician or not. So this is Josquin. This is different, but this is someone who would have been who was a composer from this period who would have, these are the styles that were being described. Now, something that's kind of interesting is that this is really just what the notes are anyway. This just doesn't have lines. And instead of being an oval like this, it's just, you know, a note that like looks a little different, but this relationship is like a thing that's hugely important. Like if we were to actually do this for a second. So if I show you, watch, you can do this. Wow, that quality is terrible. Okay, here we go. Jesus. See the stars, hello. So if we do this, here's the like standard notation. Look at what these notes look like. Look at what they look like. Don't worry about the details. Just like look at the shape, look at the contour. Okay, now look at this. This is some of my favorite music ever. You can see it rising. You can see the complexity coming up. See the imitation, perhaps? You can see the imitation coming up. This one looks like that. That's a secondary dominant chord, like already being used. I mean, this is like... Whoops. This is a good way to think about how you could actually be visualizing the music. As opposed to lines and circles on like the page. It's just, are things generally higher, lower, longer, or shorter? Through the eye of the counterpoint. Well, that, but I'm just in music in general. It's just like things are sort of higher. It's just like kind of like just this, and that's why I'm saying it's like why I talk about these things being closer to the keyboard is closer to what that abstract thing is, and it's like this video is that abstract thing.
Hello,
But the thing is, here we'll go back for a second. So if we now go to this, this is not. Welcome back, Brian. That is not the best. The thing is, this is like. Why is there a like horn? It's still actually the same thing. But because there's nothing. There's two things that are making it difficult. One, there's no. Oh my gosh, you guys can't even see. Okay. There's a couple things that are making it difficult. There's nothing actually tracking along to let you know when the changes are taking place. And then it's not so simple as to be like, oh, well, every time you hear a note stop and a new one start, just move your eyes to the next one. That's not how it goes. Even if you're like studying music or a musician, trust me, I've been in enough classes where you can tell when the students are like flipping the page, like, where are we? Gonna see the page that the other person's on. So now you're looking at this. It's like, wait, where are my eyes supposed to go? What I would suggest doing is just picking one and trying to follow along. Either the highest or the lowest. That's what our ears latch onto the easiest anyway. Wow, you know what would also help? If they showed the notes before the sound happens. Come on, guys. Perhaps if I follow along. She didn't sing that short. They're not quite matching up with the music in terms of the Christe part, the words, by the way. See, she's saying but it's saying it. She's saying Christe, but it's eleison. Just saw Smallin? Who's Small? Oh, maybe it was one of the works of art from that's going along with the video, the music. Perhaps we can do this. What if I do, because these are like really bad like audio quality too. What if we do watch a visual thing here? Oh, that's what I see what you mean. Yeah, we were watching one of those, but the only one I could find for like this composer and stuff was for another piece of music, unfortunately. I see what you mean, yeah. See, I feel like when it comes to the actual music, now it becomes harder to follow the music. Also, one of the things I like when I can't watch people singing this stuff is that it makes it easier for me to almost imagine it's not people singing right now, but it's actually people singing from like hundreds of years ago. So that would be like the chant. What is this? In terms of the visualization things where you get the notes and something that's it's different than the visualizations is, I show a lot of videos from Jeru Bach, and he has the notes like in standard notation, but it scrolls along with a red bar that highlights what you're seeing, so it's like kind of a compromise. I feel like this is harder to focus on the actual music right now. Which is fine, but if the point is to focus on the music, well, it's maybe not fine. Yeah, I don't think an 808 would fit. I don't think it'd really fit. Corsican polyphony? I think so, actually. I think, like, it must have been more than a year ago. I think someone mentioned that in the stream and we watched some stuff. So if we, the mass doesn't end there, but that's where the video ends and stuff. We can, so this is what? So they're using actually the same words. Guys, it's Tanguy. No.
Tras
veras ludana a un altro isea profondo da un beso di tanto tempo perso innanzi da solo barone Dio
What's up, nerd? Just nerding. Why do I feel like this would fit? Origami, thank you for gifting a sub to Ronnie. Why do I feel like this would... Oh, God. Why do I feel like this would fit? No, I can't. Or can I? Christy, thank you for the raid. Welcome, everybody. This, whether you can believe it or not, this all stemmed from listen to some Gregorian chant, and then some other Renaissance music, and then some polyphonic music from Corsica. And now we've found ourselves in a club. I kind of want to try this. Which one is it now? 1 second. Is it this? Oh. Okay, time out. I think this is the one, except am I in the right thing? God damn it. Origami, thank you for giving that sub to Janet Vaughn. And also, Cassie, thank you for giving that sub to Christy. And Christy, thank you again for the raid. I have no idea what's going on, but whatever is going on, it is, and it's happening. You're very welcome. I was happy to bring them over. taking over the DJ section of Twitch. Jennifer, thank you for giving that sub to Dave. Hey, Origami, thank you for the 45 bits. I swear there was a different one they were messing with last time. What was it called? Maybe that was the one. Maybe it was that. Was it this? Was it this one? Marilock, thank you for the 14-month resub. Was it this? Time out. I don't... No, I think... Ions, is that how you say that? Welcome to the stream. We've just arrived to enjoy the beautiful stream. Well, I don't know what's going on right now, but again, it's happening. Well, it's kind of D Dorian. No? No, it would be well, it's missing. It's switching with two things because there's a B flat and a B natural. It's kind of like, if anything, maybe G Dorian. If we base it around this. Well, it's ready. Cassie, thank you for gifting out that sub to Ions. I hope I'm saying that right. Let me show you where this all started from. So then I added in this. Hello, Ions. I can't remember if I'm saying. How much do you think about you're gonna do next? It's not the simplest answer for a few different reasons. Let's see. How can we do this? So different things can be, I can go about it in different ways at different times for different reasons. One thing that tends to happen almost all the time is some sort of sound in my head before it happens, so that it's if we do this, and then I don't know why, but then what pops into my head is dum 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 dum. So like there's Kazi, thank you for giving that sub to Evans the Bard. So there's I guess my focus is jumping from different from one place to another at different times for different reasons. And sometimes it's like it seems to be on multiple things simultaneously. But I'm aware of like you know, the harmonies that are happening the whole time. It's G minor, D minor, G major, and even the progressions in relation to each other, which is, it's like not quite the simplest thing to be like, well, what key are we in? You don't need to necessarily do that. You can think about patterns, like what is this pattern here? And I don't mean like I don't mean you know, what are the actual like chords themselves, like what numbers would you there are some ways we can think about it, like okay, okay, so that was different, but what I did there was followed this pattern. So so G minor, and you can, okay, so G minor, we could think about this in terms like pairs of chords. So G minor to D minor. So it's kind of like 4, 1. And then jump up a fifth. 4, 1. It's like a series of plagal cadences. If we want to help visualize it. It's like a plagal cadence in D minor. And we can add some melodic stuff to it. This same pattern going up. So I'm aware of the fact that this is G minor and that this is D minor. I'm aware of the fact that the notes are G, B flat, D, and D, F, and A. I'm aware of the fact that the melody is going, if we follow this pattern thing, it's the fifth of this chord going up to the third of this chord. Jump up a fifth, A minor, A, C, E. The fifth of this going up to the third of this next chord, which was, this is 4, 1, but jump up a fifth, and the fifth of this chord going up, like climbing up a whole step and a half step, maybe you could think. And so that's what I mean by like just this. There were a bunch of different things all happening at the same time. And then I knew like what the sound, and knew what that would be. Just outlining this chord. Yeah, after A minor was G major. So that's the pattern they used. G minor, D minor, A minor, G major. And then it goes right back to G minor. And I'll try to use like patterns if I can. So this one I just did. But you kind of have to stop the pattern because, well, you have to stop it in a certain sense because the chords aren't going to keep following that pattern. We could keep doing that pattern. twice plagal cadence. Yeah, well, it's like that's what it felt like. That's why when I initially asked the question, I said, "Well, what is this?" And I said, "I don't mean just what are the chords. I like what does this kind of like feel like?" You know, I mentioned before that like it's not just that you play stuff by ear and then you come up with systems after, and it's not that you have these theoretical systems and then that's just how you make everything new. You can do both and go back and forth. So like we can like mess around with this. We can try it like this and go so what did I do there? What is this new pattern? Well, now it's it's still okay, it's still a plagal cadence, but this almost feels more like a plagal cadence. So I just did the same thing and go like, okay, the chord we're gonna land on, like have the cadence go to, if we want to keep calling it that, will be a major chord instead of a minor chord. What does that do? How does that change things? And it's not like I don't know what it's gonna sound like, but it's like a way to get a new idea of something to do. Now you may have heard that, yeah, plagal, yeah. So it's just a 4-1 I guess in the simplest sense. And we can use that pattern on purpose. To me, this is a different yeah, and I'm adding a 6 onto it something because that's, which depending on how you want to think about it, this is either G minor 6 or E half diminished. This is in first inversion. So we could actually go. you actually missed a bunch of stuff that I feel like you would have liked. That's another. Uh, Whoops, what do I do? Whoops. No, it should have been. No. And by should have been, I mean what I was hearing in my head. So that, you know, this new thing now is. Nope. And so that time, right as I was doing this, I heard, and it reminded me of what we were just talking about, where we started this new kind of pattern of. Yeah, so something I like to do, in order to maybe not necessarily slow it down, because I'd prefer to not slow it down if I don't have to, if that makes sense, right? Like, if you had to choose between slowing it down or not slowing it down and you get the same result, again, this hypothetical situation, I prefer to not slow it down. So it's like, okay, well, what happens when we slow it down? It seems to make it so we're more deliberate with what we're doing. So it's like, okay, well, what can we do to make things more deliberate with what we're doing? And I really like, there's a few different things. One of the things we've been doing on the stream is, improvise while watching videos. And so that ends up having the effect of keeping you focused on giving you some sort of goal or some sort of direction where it's like, okay, the music is going to fit with this. It's going to be describing this. how is that going to work? And so like you can't just wander off. I mean, you can, but that means you've like lost the connection with the video. You're just you know, you're just daydreaming right now with music. And another thing is like thinking about these patterns makes you really have to focus. So if we think of yeah, because I don't want to just be like, I don't know, just moving my fingers around. It should only be like the movements my fingers should be for a musical reason. Now sometimes it can be fun to kind of go like to detach yourself a little bit from that as another sort of way of. I was actually doing that a bunch recently. That's how this thing sort of came about. I was kind of just moving my I was just kind of moving my fingers around, knowing that there are these patterns that I can kind of, not patterns, but places I can put them. Which was, if we're in F minor, at least we can go like, we can just place them on these notes, and maybe be aware of some alterations. And so, and then your ear can kind of pick up on things, but now it's picking up on things based on something new. So, I can like keep just this progression the same, essentially. It's like, okay, yeah, whatever. It's not the craziest thing in the world, but. So what's happening here? All right, Evans, I hope so too. Thank you for hanging out and sharing from your perspective on all this stuff. You know, how you approach this. Did anybody notice what I tried to do here? This is where I got so tripped up. It was so deliberate. There was such an attempt at doing something deliberate that I put more restrictions on myself, and it's difficult to now follow those things. So let's see if I can. Welcome back, Tengi. Yeah, we can do like this. Wait, I had it right the first time. Yeah, I should have just used my ear. I had it right the first time. Music is code. Welcome. You coming into. Hey, what's up, Grex? It's almost unfortunate you don't get to. What's happening is like a combination of a whole bunch of stuff that was happening on the stream before. How can we? What if we can connect? I'm trying to connect two improvisations in one. It should be like. But I feel like that's like moving too fast. Thanks, nameless this. Nameless this. Shanafidis. Shanafidis. Rafidis. I don't speak Japanese, by the way, but I know enough. No, because it would have to. Again, this all started from Vol. I feel like you would have liked this. It's the third time we're watching this. I went through the whole thing. Grax, thank you for giving that sub to Nameless This. So we took the first three chords. I was like, there's a pattern here that could keep going that doesn't. I mean, we're really just going through the circle of fifths. Do it like this. I want a better pedestal. What's it aiming towards? Nothing really in particular. It's just like, it's a, all the subs, yes, every sub to, eventually being the highest sub holder. I'm gonna take over Ludwig's record for most subs on Twitch. It was just you know, I didn't want to stream to be like. How do you put it? Yo, Nick, what's up, dude? I'm not used to seeing you this late on. It's like a part of me wanted it to be this way. For not just me, but for any streamer that like. It's like, man, how do I say it? Is the stream and just like playing all the music and all that stuff not worth? This isn't directed at anyone. This is like, is it not worth subbing and donating for and cheering and stuff? Does it have to be that, like, does there have to be some specific thing that that then gets people to pay. Does that make sense? It's like, well, what am I gonna pay for if you're not like gonna give me something? It's like, bro, but I'm here already. What do you mean? Like, what? I'm doing it for free. So then there's like this idea. It's like, well, we need something in return. It's like, you actually are getting something in return. You're just also getting it for free. So, it's like, I mean, technically, you could just sub-goalify everything. Like, sub-goal or else I just won't do the next stream. Now, how much demand do you have for your stream? Sub-goal to extend the length of the stream. I'll go 2 hours every stream, and if we don't meet this sub-goal, I'm pressing the stop stream button. You could add sub-goals and donation goals and stuff like that to anything. But that's like, most streamers, including myself, basically everyone is just doing that stuff anyway. So the hope was always like, oh, people just appreciate it and support, regardless of some sort of sub goal. But at least right now, that wasn't the case. And so I was like, well, what if I just put up this number? What if I just put it on the screen? I personally don't care. I'm not going to sub or not sub to someone because they have that thing up there. The same thing with the other stuff here. I'm not like I wasn't gonna donate, but I really want my name up on the screen, and I really want someone to see my name, so I'm gonna donate. Like, but just because I am not motivated by something doesn't mean other people aren't. Like, there's a reason. And also, if all the big streamers get to do it, what the hell? Why can't I do it? What the hell? At least I put some effort into what the stupid thing looks like. Time out a second. Rant time. Time out a second. We were watching Mizkif stream the other day. It's literally just a text. It's literally just a text source in OBS. It's literally just a text source and it's just the numbers. It's just whatever the default font is and everything, just in the corner of the stream. And his is 23,000. When we looked at it yesterday, the sub goal was like 25,000 subs. And it was just 23,466 / 25,000. Like, dude, how come I don't get to do that? I want to do that. I want to just put up a number / another number and have that / other number be the one that, like, what the hell? Sorry. Jesus. Do it while I am. Or like Mango. I love Mango. Look at Mango. Oh, he's got Jump King right now. Sometimes he'll have as his sub goal, it's like 12,000 subs. It'll just be like 12K sub Andy. You're like, Senor 12K. That sort of thing. It's like sub, like what? It's like what? I say it's mainly like, it's like the bigger the streamer is. Let's see if does XQC have arbitrary generic fraction on his screen. He doesn't. So, but yeah, that was like, it's like, bruh, is this gonna get people to do it? Do I feel like I'm selling out if I'm doing it? Meaning, and my definition is selling out is, because I refuse to do that. For me, selling out is not trying to get money or doing things for money. For me, it's like doing something I'm not comfortable with, or like being someone who's not me. When I stop being like authentic or something like that, then I would consider it selling out. But like, dude, I don't have the luxury. I don't have the luxury of like not doing things to get paid. If I had just a surplus of money, then maybe I could do that. Maybe if I was just like independently wealthy. But I'm not. So like, unfortunately, I have to think about money. Look at this. Vol, watch, Vol, divert your eyes. Divert your eyes. Divert your eyes. And ears, maybe. So, we got, look at these goals. Look at these goals. At least Amaranth change the font and the color. Sub goal for today, 800. I don't know. 805 out of 800. Total sub goal, 21,000, what does it say? 21,585. Just out of a number, just out of a rounder, larger number, just a larger number. Just 23,000. Why? Because it ends in zeros. I don't know. It can be divided by 2. It's like, why? Why that number? Why? Because it's larger than this one. New follower goal, 15,000 followers. I guess that's a, you know, sure, I guess that's a fine number to pay. Like, stop licking my ear. God damn. So, bruh, if Amaranth can lick a headset for 21,585 subs and 805 subs today, bruh, like, what is my, God damn it. Could you mute her? I could, but it's much funnier. It's way funnier if we get to hear it as it's going on. Also, how the hell do you have 2 binaural mics? It doesn't even make sense. You can't, like, wait. Damn it, I wish I could leverage this kind of stuff. Guys, should I make these my sub goals? Bro, you pay me $250 and I follow you on Instagram or Twitter. But only one of the two. $500 and I'll follow you on both. You know what? We'll like make sort of a bundle deal. $450, I follow you on Instagram or Twitter. Or no, Instagram and Twitter. Or just any two social media platforms of your choice. Those are replicas of ears, so that's like partly how the binaural thing works. Not because they're shaped like ears, but the distance the 2 stereo mics are from each other. Like a mic, so that's it. So it's like, you know, look, I'm not stupid. I get, is it to make it look like she's licking your ears? It is. Well, that's not why they make those microphones, but, you know, they just do that because they do. It's part of the ASMR thing. But, you know, I mean, you know, try to, you know, take a guess. Take a guess. If anyone's confused, let's reframe it like this. If your life depended on getting the correct answer to what do you think's going on here? Say your life depended on it. I'm so confused. Like, are you confused? Because if you're still confused, in 5 seconds you die. So what do you think's happening? Take a guess. All right, fine. All right, fine. I don't want to die. Fine, I know what's happening. So I think that's a better way to look at a lot of things in life, including what you're looking at right now. It's like, if your life depended on it, what the hell do you think? What's your best guess at what's happening? So, why is she doing it like this? Oh, damn it, you missed a really funny one. She had her like nose bent up against it and was just moving her tongue. Seriously, people, I don't understand. Like, you know what's going on. You know what's happening. You know exactly what's happening. Like, I know you get called gorgeous every day, but what, Thomas Day? Are you gonna, but you're gorgeous. I mean, look at this. Oh my god, dude. This chat. I hope she just like, if I was her, I just wouldn't even. I just went thousands of. Yo, Jackson, what's up? Well, you guys want to really be. Okay. Vol, don't think of the pink elephant that is this chat. Are you guys ready? Are you ready? I mean, look at this. Look at this. I literally just cleaned my keyboard. I literally just cleaned my keyboard. What is this? Oh, anyone who speaks in any language that's not English gets it. Someone getting around the auto mod thing. You sound disgusting and sick. Eye contact, please. So creamy. Looking for socials. Sounds like she's doing something I can't figure out. This is probably a different. What the? Looking for OnlyFans. This person likes the sound. Blow. There is no lick noises. I muted it. Winchester, are you telling it's my choice to see this as sexual? Shut your face up. Shut your dumb face. There's plenty of ASMR. I looked into it when I was first introduced by, because Claire Pix is really into ASMR. She showed me a whole bunch of stuff. None of it involves a person showing most of their skin licking and sucking on the ear of their microphones. All right. Shut the hell up. Shut up. Shut up. Shut up. Shut up. I can't. Yeah, you really tricked me, Winchester. You really fooled me. Oh, I guess so, because you say it. I guess you're right. It is just me. It is just me. I'm just foolish and say, oh, I just have such a dirty mind. Shut up. What did you just walk into? I don't know. I don't know. We were talking about sub goals. Where were your eyes? Oh, if you weren't looking up here at the sub goal, that's on you. That's on you. If you weren't looking up here, that's on you. That's on you. I hate people so much. I wasn't even talking. I'm not talking about Amaranth, by the way. I'm talking about the. Now she's just breathing. Is there a way you can make it not be on your front page? Are you not following her? Wait, I can do it too. Wait, I can do ASMR too. Now, I know this isn't an ear, but so, as I was saying, sub goals. It was pretty expensive, Jackson. That's right. I mean, it's got this. It's got this. All right, Lord of Chaos, take care. I will be able to play your favorite song next stream because I'll have my nails all done up again. I have to head out. This is ridiculous. Thanks, Jackson. I don't get a lot of expensive things, and there are obviously mics that are like a million times more expensive than both of these. But when it came to this stuff, I was like, no, I got to invest. It's an investment. I need to invest even more, to be honest. I really should. But yeah, so Zelda and music. But seriously, so I have to do I play Zelda music? I do. As if that was a Zelda song, but well, that's an interesting name. I probably said that the last time you were in here. What was I gonna say? Spotify, not right now, but it's the priorities are changing. I'm trying to the most recent priority now, besides stream related stuff, besides like health and personal things, is coming up with like a YouTube sort of content production flow setting up of thing. And I show the people at the beginning of the stream. Maybe I can show it again. Dude, there's so many tabs open right now. Okay, time out. There's so many tabs open right now. So the video I got to get the flow going exactly. So here we go. This is music for, speaking of Claire Picks, who I just mentioned with the ASMR stuff. So I actually uploaded this video. It's private right now because I gotta think about the title, the description, and then I also want to do I want to link it up. Well, Fisting, I'll let you know when it happens. I gotta get this stuff going because this is this is 53 minutes of improvising, just straight improvising, no extra sounds. This actually was done with this in mind, so there's no alerts. It is just this the whole time, no interruptions. And so I want to get these all set up. And then once we can sort of get that going, where it's a... well, who needs licking ears when you got improvisation over hot air balloon flight in Myanmar? Right? You playing guitar with a cat can? I mean, this is just... Oh, that notification is on this actual stream. So... So I part of the reason I'm showing this too is to just like to show you guys, like, I promise I promise I'm like doing things. I know it doesn't seem like it. I know it doesn't seem like it. Of course I did that. Of course. You caught your... Where did you get banned? And they didn't like it, apparently. I mean, why am I not surprised? Well, that's why we talk about this a bunch. Where it's like, someone did this earlier today, where it was their first time in the stream, they didn't know the person they were talking to here, and they were just like, and they just said, don't be an idiot, after the person said something, and they're like, oh, what, I'm sorry, it was a joke. It's like, dude, it doesn't sound anything like a joke, and there's no context for it. So like, that's not how jokes work. So what I told the person was like, it wasn't clever enough to be funny. Like, it wasn't clever enough to be a good joke. You can't just be like, I hate you and I hope you die. You can't go up to a random person just like, I hate you and I hope you die. You're like, what? It's a joke. Now maybe on like another level it is a joke. Maybe you're actually filming it and it's like some prank thing, and it's like, it's a joke because of how much you're expecting them to be upset. So the joke is like much larger. But if you mean like a joke in terms of you want that person to laugh, it's like, well, that's like not a very well crafted, witty, thoughtful joke. Maybe you could say it is a joke, but it's like kind of not really. And so that stuff's tough to do on the internet for lots of reasons. One, we can't see people's faces, so you can't, if you're like smirking or indicating with your body language or your face that you're not serious about something, well, people can't see it. And it's hard for tone to come across as well. And so it makes it really difficult to the sort of edgier, it's not the best one, but like kind of like the edgier the joke is, the more risky it's going to be, and like really the more risky it's going to be, more so than in real life, where there's much more context and far more clues. But yeah, so Spotify stuff, I just gotta record an album, don't worry.
Funny how? Funny like a clown?
Well, that's another thing, because if you don't know the person, you know, you could be like, you could even just have like a stupid, harmless joke. You could be like, I mean, mine was a tasteful joke. It's like, your mom was a tasteful joke, hahaha. And it's like purposely supposed to be a dumb joke, but maybe the person's mom like just passed away a couple days ago. And so, like, you couldn't know that. So like, you couldn't know that. You're like, oh, geez, like, they were... And so that's, like, that's kind of an extreme example, right? So it's hard to tell. Yeah, there is also that's, like, a classic, troll sort of line. Like, and I say this stuff and people have to realize this is how I get everyone to hate me. Instead of being on both people's sides, it always makes it so I'm on nobody's side. Except for the people who I would say are reasonable. Is that like, I'm all for offensive stuff. I just am. And if you don't like that, I don't care. I'm not gonna like do it towards you, but you can't tell me that I don't get to enjoy that stuff. I like really crude, nasty, just like terrible things. I don't know what to tell you. Like, it's great. If you don't like it, that's fine. I get to like it. Like, if I'm with my friends and I want to like say nasty things to them and laugh, and they want to say nasty things, like we just want to say terrible things, like, you just don't get to tell me I don't get to do it. But it doesn't mean I can go around everywhere in life and go into people's streams and be like, and not saying that this is what you're doing, but like it's kind of related. It's just be like, well, I think this is funny, so you suck, and like I'm gonna say whatever to whoever I want, whenever I want, in whatever situation I want. It's like, I'm not gonna do that. A dark question? Okay. I mean, it's depending on what it is. I mean, I can... maybe answer it. Do you like the dark? I'm afraid of the dark, so be careful. I'm not afraid of the dark. I mean, kind of. Not really. It's weird. It's a pretty... No. Anyone who went to music school is now successful? I expect... No. I'm gonna be totally honest. I don't know how many people... It depends on what you mean by successful. The way I'm getting it connected with the heroin thing and stuff like that, like really famous, successful, or stuff like that. No one's... By the standards I'm sort of assuming and putting on there. But I mean, it's hard to say. No one I know that I'm aware of is... who I went to music school with is addicted to heroin. I'm not quite sure why. That's the question. I mean, I knew some people, including a close friend of mine. It wasn't from music school. Is the idea that people who are talented at music are just like mega drug addicts? That's the impression I get. It's the impression that I got. All right. I'm going to look for someone to raid. Yeah, I guess, but it's like probably not the majority of people. Again, like I'm pretty sure no one I went to school with it was or is now addicted to heroin. I don't know. I'm looking for people to raid, by the way. I'm sure there's got to be some people who do that. There's no way there's no way it's the opposite, or but it's definitely not the norm, especially if you're studying music formally. You're not like you know, I don't know how to describe it. So I know we didn't do the ending song, but I also have to go. It's been 5.5 hours, and there was a study. Was there a study or was there video footage of like Woodstock? Right. Like sober and they just sucked. You're a terrible musician. And they give them acid, man, and they just free their mind, man. Who knows? Maybe that's what I'm just doing every day. You think I'm drinking a Psalm tea? And maybe I am, but maybe it's a half truth. Maybe it's a Psalm tea with some acid in it. Man. There's no way. I wouldn't be able to function. Probably it'd be noticeable. I'm pretty sure you would notice if I was tripping on acid every stream. Although, I mean, sometimes I feel like I do stuff and say things that, especially when I'm messing with these sounds, where like, I don't know, it gets maybe somewhat close to something I would. All right, you got me. I'm not tripping on acid. Fine, you got me. You got me. I was lying. All right, I'm not streaming tomorrow because it's Tuesday, but I should be able to figure out the rest of this stuff. Oh God, something is definitely gonna come up. Yeah, I should just put out the stupid video regardless. Because I wanted to link it up with stuff to put out on Twitter and Instagram. It's like ultimately, did I just say ultimately? Ultimately, I'd like to connect. I mean, that's what you're supposed to do. Like, connect all the different platforms to each other in as many different ways as possible. So it's like, oh, you put out a YouTube video. It's like, well, okay, say something about it on Twitter. Do something there. Do you do a clip or just link? Well, I probably can't. I should probably just link it because that's gonna come up as the media thing for that tweet. Instagram, I'm not sure how that's gonna work. But this is what I mean. These are like all these details are. It's just another example, like the details that go into this stuff. And then once you kind of figure that out, or at least get something set that you can work with, it's much easier. Right now I'm trying to figure out all this stuff and like learn the pro. Like I still gotta, yeah. We'll see. But I want to do that tomorrow. That's the goal. So then it can become like a weekly or a twice weekly thing or something like that. All right. For now, copy these raid calls. Is Widgie? Is she saving to save?
We did have one death in there. Yeah, we did.
Because
We
she's
did
ending,
die.
or is she saving because she wants to start from either Link's House, Sanctuary, or Mountain Cave?
Can you guys actually confirm that? Because that's gonna be really freaking annoying.
Also, thank you everyone for
Do I
hanging
have to
out
go
tonight.
all the way to the mountain cave and go back to the dark world there?
For hanging out, and for especially the people who were hanging out during the nerdy stuff, which I guess was the the main part of it when we were watching those videos. I've been going to sleep earlier, so this is late for me. I may have to change the stream schedule so I'm not, because now I'm going to be up later, much later than I would like to be. I should probably not start the streams at 9 p.m. anymore. Dude, it's almost 9 a.m. Jeez. Oh my gosh. You're a maniac. I don't know. I'll think about this stuff. And no, it's not Al. It's Hedwidgen. Widgie. Because you quit your oh my gosh. Icy, thank you for the 9-month resub though. You're up later than good for yeah, I've been trying like another 6 hours. Yeah, I'm trying to not do. I really should. I'm trying to like be better. Again, things that aren't even directly related to the stream. I've only missed since I've gotten the exercise bike about a week ago. I've only missed one day. And I'm trying to keep that up because I still feel like it's not even enough. Your alarm will go off. Oh, Jesus. Oh, my God. Yeah, we know what? I have a feeling every single person here needs to go to sleep or wake up. Everyone needs to not be here. Everyone needs to not be here, including me. So I'll get the hell out of here. Let's go to 4 days. I can do it. I want to do it every... I just... You just got here. Anna! You are supposed to be here, but also maybe not supposed to be here either. We were talking about this earlier. What? Wait, I don't even understand. I don't understand. What is this, like some meme? Or are you just doing this to mess around? I don't even know what's It is indeed. Damn it. I'm not a meme lord. Damn it. And I'm also not a French Zoomer. Damn it. I'm neither. Oh, wait. Is she heading out? She's turning off the console. Does that mean she's ending the stream? It has been 3 hours and 40 minutes for her.
That thing's rough.
Okay. Never mind. Okay, we gotta... Well, another time. Okay, let's find someone else to raid. I was gonna make a joke and say we could raid Amaranth or raid someone who's licking a microphone, but she actually ended her stream. Orator. Oh my God. I showed people his stream one time. Just for a second. So I'd be like, guys, you ever seen text to speech? You want to see the extreme version of this? He just sits there and lets, I don't know how he does it. If I were him, I just wouldn't even, I'd have it so I can't even hear the alerts. If you want funny text to speech stuff, then definitely check out his stream. It's like the, how'd you say it? It's the top of when it comes to text to speech stuff and people memeing with donations and bits and stuff. It's just that it's at the top. Let's do this. So we're doing some electronic music. We can look at someone who's doing, maybe you could say, real electronic music. It really is intense there, the levels of like memes on that stream. It's super intense. Okay. All right. I gotta head out. Raid. L. Teresa. It's Therese. All right. So Danny is making electronic music, as you can hear. And so let's go over and say hey, because we haven't been over there in a really long time. Thank you everyone for hanging out. Thank you everyone for, let me see, getting us a little closer to this totally not arbitrary sub goal at 900 subs. Just wait, at 900 subs? I should just have it be like continuing. 900 subs, we make the sub goal 1,000. That's what happens. Dude, sub goal changes to 1,000 at 900 subs. 1,000 sub goal at 900 subs? Huh? It's tempting, I know. All right. Okay, I gotta go. Thank you everyone for hanging out. Hopefully I will see you, what day is it? Wednesday. Well, hopefully I'll see you Wednesday, because it's Monday. In the meantime, let's say hey to Danny. Good night, good day, good evening.